working. Let's go, baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ha! No way! Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? It's an accident. Freaking Vito. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Danielle, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I want my money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes!
Nice getting first.
Let's go. 24 hours done. 24 hours finished.
After we do the subathon, I'm gonna have to redo the intro.
Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
What the fuck up? Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him 50 bucks. I gave him 50 bucks. Yeah, I've been saying 100 bucks. I gave him 50, not 100. Why so much more played? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Oh, my buttons are not working. My buttons are not working.
Hello there.
My buttons are now working. Yo. How you doing? I'm doing well, Chi. How are you doing? Get lost, loser. Damn. I was just saying hi. I'm doing well. I'm ready for some Minecraft. Oh, I don't know if I could play on the server if he's not on, actually. Can I? I didn't even think about that. If I'm not able to, we might have to change up the plans a little bit. Just woke up 20 minutes ago. Jesus. I can? Oh. 20 minutes ago. What's 20 minutes ago? Wait, what time is it in Australia right now? Oh yeah, I was strip mining. All right, we're gonna put some background music so you guys could request music and chill. I like this song. Let me change the title of the stream so it fits more. How long would I smile? Where is it? There it is. Let's go. Request music. Okay. Boom, I changed the title. Daddy? I'm not your dad. Hello, Nathan. Oh. I'm your grandpa. The loser with stream elements, I know. I know, I was joking. It's a realm. People can play whenever. Oh. You see, why is the music so loud sometimes? It doesn't automate to the levels that it used to be on. That's so weird. I have to like fix it every stream now. I don't know what was going on there. How you doing though, Nathan? 10:03. Damn, so you're 12 hours ahead? 12. You're 14 hours ahead. Is it the same as Japan or like 1 hour behind or ahead? I don't remember. Damn, the song's too long. Damn. Damn. Oh no, I ruined my iron pickaxe. I was gonna save it for the diamonds because we're gonna get diamonds before we get iron. Oh. Come on. It takes so long to, like, how does it take so long to get iron? I don't like this new update. They made the game too hard. Lol. And I'm a loser, excuse me. Oh, music sounds better now, right? The levels. They could hear my beautiful voice and other stuff. So today's plan, Minecraft. And then if some other streamers want to play Fall Guys or something, we'll play a little bit of Fall Guys, but community games as well. Which is like Gartic, GeoGuessr maybe. Iron spawns most commonly on mountains along with coal. Wait, it doesn't even spawn down here, right? That's so dumb. Alright, let me go find that. I'm gonna make sure I have a bed on me too so I don't die. I do. Let's go. Oh, wait, this is weird. I'm gonna put I'm gonna put cobblestone here. Finding an already existing cave is best. Oh, I found a cave before. Alright, I'm gonna go back to that cave. I was scared before, but now I got a stone sword, so I can't die, right? That should be good. You got plans for playing Minecraft with other streamers? Yeah, so this is my friend's Discord server, actually. There's a bunch of people in it. Some streamers, some non-streamers. It's my mod's Minecraft server, actually. I'm the only one on right now, I think, though. But yeah, I mean, I wanna make content with other streamers, Minecraft, whatever, Pokemon, whatever. I love like communicating, interacting with other people, but it's hard to get other people because people are hard to. It's just people. I called it a Discord server. Oh, my bad. And untouched by others cave. Oh, that's a good point. What's up, Timmy? Are we able to join? You would have to ask. Wait, I thought I found a thing earlier. Oh, that was in the other strip mining I did. I'm dumb. Yeah, none of the mods are here yet. You would have to ask the server owner, Dinell. Timmy. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yo, 1v1. I'm not good enough to 1v1. Hello, Rose. How you doing? It's been a while. Do you play Minecraft as well? Alongside Pokemon and stuff? What's up? What's up? It is Java? It is not Java. Why did I come back? Oh, this song sounds cool, but it's very low. No, this is Bedrock, because not everyone that wanted to play apparently had Bedrock did the thing. So yeah. I don't know the things. Oh. Where do I put this? Oh, I could just put it over here. I do plan on... Oh, it's bedtime. I can only play on mobile. Yeah, Janelle's who you have to message. Janelle is on PS5, so it has to be Bedrock. No, Bedrock is on a lot of things. Yeah. Can I join even on mobile? But I'm an Asian server. Oh yeah, I don't know. This is not my server though. You would have to ask my mod. I'm not gonna make a server for a long time probably on Minecraft. Not gonna lie. Because I just feel like it's a lot of work to deal with. Like drama and all this stuff. I'd rather not deal with that right now. In the future I would want to though. You gotta start. Yeah, I'm gonna do a let's play. Shit. Ugh, I'm such an idiot. All the light is gone now. Oh no, I could just pick it up. My fire. I'm gonna do a let's play during the subathon. We're doing a subathon on... We're gonna do a subathon on Monday, most likely. So, yeah. Save your money up for then. And then I'll do a let's play. I've never beaten Minecraft from beginning to end. And we'll play Pokemon and other games as well. I think Rose's point was that Rose probably wasn't sure if they could play on if they're on Asian server. But yeah, oh yeah, that's a good point. She is in Australia and she's able to play. I was saying that Dinel's on PS5, which is why it's on Bedrock. Ah, I gotcha. I tried last time, the game was laggy as hell. Oh, that sucks. Yo, what's up, Streamlabs? How you doing? Bro, it's so annoying to go down this. It's so annoying to go down this when there's all this stuff in the way. Is this Korean? It is, right? You guys could put music if you'd like, by the way, because Minecraft content isn't the most, well, I guess it's kind of interesting to see progress, but I'm pretty much gonna be mining, strip mining for some time. You guys could put some music, put me on the background, chill. You know, it's that type of day. And then we'll do community games later, like Gartic phone. If it's FPS lag, just turn settings down. If it's ping lag, I was like, for a second, I was like, why would I lag? Because I'm pink. Wait, I went all the way up for no reason. I could have just made stuff here. What? I completely forgot I had that. Well, I can make an iron pickaxe. Oh, that's funny. We're gonna save it for the so that we could get iron late. Not so we could get. No, we're not gonna save it. What am I saying? Ooh, Joctor joined. What's the likeliness that we would get diamond before iron? Yeah, there he is. I think Doctor was around here. What the? I can't break this? Wait, is this the end? Wait, where's the best 1.5% chance? Is it really that low? What's the best level, guys, for diamonds? That's bedrock. Yeah. I didn't realize I got that far. Like, I didn't realize I got all the way to the end that quickly. He isn't even on stream yet. He might be lurking. No, there was a new update, Rose. So it changed, apparently. Minus 57, minus 59. So, like, around here, it's 59. Okay. So that's literally at the end. Right? What's the lowest you could go? It seems like this is the lowest. Wait, no. Yeah, I'm at minus 59. Never mind, I'm dumb. Oh. It's 57? Alright. Since 2 people said it's 57, I'll take your guys' word for it. Vroom, vroom. People usually recommend 57, 58, 59. Gotcha. I would love to get some iron, though. Because I'm mining with an iron pickaxe, so if it dies, I can't even get diamond. So maybe I'll use up the iron a bit until we find more iron, and then if it's about to go away, I'll use the stone. Whoa, it's lagging. A lot of Korean music. Yo. Yo. What's the coolest things that they've added in the new update? I haven't played Minecraft in months, so there's probably a lot they added. I know they added caves, like new caves. Is that the coolest thing? I say go up to mountains for iron. Damn, everyone is saying that. I mean, I have a bed now, so being outside for iron should be fine, actually. Yo, what's up, Emily? I'll keep mining until my iron pickaxe almost dies, and then I'll go back. No, we're gonna do some community games later. How's work, bro? They removed that because of frogs. Wait, they removed fireflogs? Fireflogs. Nice ping. How are emerald mining in these new updates? Yeah, I have no idea. Oh. I mean... we got redstone. Redstone? Is that what it's called? I don't remember. Only 1 block? Bruh. Is that common? And when was the latest update for this? I love fireflogs. Me too. Sounds like a Harry Potter monster. Work was okay. Kind of tired, but trying to finish dumb essay. Nice. Oh yeah, school finishes this week, right? For you. I was gonna do a subathon this Friday, but We're celebrating my grandpa's birthday on Saturday. My friends want to hang out Sunday for their 3 of their birthdays. And something else is also going on Saturday, which oh yeah, after wedding celebration or something. So I'm just so popular. So we're going to start Monday probably. Is it preferable to farm emeralds from villagers? Always. Oh, like trading with them? Like getting a bunch of them, making them have children, and then stealing their everything, their livelihood. That's pretty much what it is, right? Bro, nothing but cobblestone. But yeah, when was the latest, like, big update? Does anyone know? Oh? What was that? I just got experience. What was that, cold or something? Are you serious? Nothing? Yo, what's up, Rasquila? Yeah, we're back on Minecraft today. I forgot I had more iron ores, so we're gonna be iron pickaxing for a bit. Then when it breaks, we'll go to the surface to get more iron. Alright, bye, Emily. No, leave a lurk, so, you know, it looks like we have more people here. I mean, bye, Emily. Finish your essay. How you doing, Rasquila? Might be, but villager trading is just that much more efficient. All these Korean music. Can someone ban it? I'm just joking. It sounds nice, actually. Oh my god. Can you mine any slower? Come on. Thank you for the lurk. Much appreciated. Okay. I'm gonna start asking that. I'm gonna start being selfish like that. Okay, you know what I need to do also? I need to make the light more. So I look whiter. So I get more views. Just kidding. Oh, but kind of not. Yo, Churro, what's up, bro? How you doing? How you doing? How's the family doing? How's Wieners doing? That's what you love to talk about. I'm just Iran pickaxing over here. I need to find out what thing I'm best at. Do that on stream. And then become a trillionaire. But I don't know what it is. Look what my friend got me for my birthday a while ago. I thought it was so cool. It looks so much cooler in person. But on stream, it does, like, I don't know where to put it. I forgot to use it. I guess I could do that. But it's probably going to fall and break. And we're just going to leave it like that for now. No weird stuff today? Nice. We good? Hell yeah. Yeah, you get 2 requests of music, and then once your music plays, you could put more music. The main reason is so that one person can't spam a lot of music. It won't fall? Turn it into a hat? Bro, I tried that, man. I tried Bed Wars like once or twice, yeah. It was alright. It wasn't that fun for... No, on the head it's even worse. It wasn't that fun for me because I suck at Minecraft, but... Alright, if it falls, Rose, you owe me like... 1 bit. I don't know. Oh, my iron pickaxe is about to break, and we found nothing. Jesus. I mean, we weren't mining for that long, but there it goes. Haha, you messed it up. Let's go back. Oh my god. Wait, we can't pick any. I thought we were picking everything up. Alright, we don't need a spider eye. Let's pick up all this stuff. Bed Wars sucks if you aren't playing with friends. I feel like that's a lot of games, to be honest. That's why I like streaming, because it's like playing with friends. So it's much easier to like play Minecraft on stream or like in a Discord call with people, because you know, you're not alone. If you jump and you run, does it actually make you go faster? Find a cave and find a couple of iron. Yeah, I gotta do that. I might just go to a mountain though. I kind of miss the outside world, you know? Okay. Thank you. All right. We're going to get some food in here because food is essential or something. Essential workers, food, delivery people, Uber Eats. I don't know what I'm saying. And we're going to put this. Did someone put Minecraft music? Bruh. Trying to fall asleep this fast already? Yo, what's up, Ginal? How you doing? Strip mining for iron is a bit hard. Yeah, apparently. I used to play this game months ago, and it was not hard. Strip mining for iron. Jumping and running makes you run faster, but you'll watch your hunger bar. Yeah. Oh, but jumping and running does make you run faster? Oh, okay. Like, if you're on, like... Oh, that looks weird. If you have, like, if you have just a roof above you and you're, like where I was down there. Is this on the server? This is on the server. I'm gonna do my own Let's Play, during the subathon. And I'll probably play on the server as well during the subathon. But right now, I want to do the Let's Play completely on the subathon. I don't know why. I just feel like it would be fun content. This Minecraft music playing right now. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's too slow. Skip it. Skip it. I'm sorry, whoever played it. But we can't have this. The game itself is already pretty slow. Thank you. Don't skip. Oh, I'm sorry, Chi. It's too slow. Yeah, Rose is getting drowsy, so am I. Sumimasen. Damn it, someone came in the server. Yeah, oh yeah, it was Doctor. Sleep, please. Or I unmod you. Thanks. You have 10 seconds. 9. Hey, he did it. Let's go. Chia's love the chat. What is that? What are these songs you guys? What is this? What is this? You just put Minecraft stuff again. All right, you know what? I'm skipping this one. Come on, G. There's like 5 seconds left for that. Running and jumping always makes you faster, even in open air. However, it'll lose saturation quicker. Gotcha. Want to become famous? I do. Teach me. How? Damn, why'd you ban it? I'm just joking. Thank you. Why'd you ban it? Alright, I want to actually look around, see what's up here. Oh, I probably should have put... Shit, I should have put stuff in the chest. Oh, I'm so dumb. I didn't even notice you were playing Minecraft. Really? You joined? I was the only one on the server, and then you joined. That's funny. Boy bot. Yeah, we banned boy bots here. Girl bots are okay, though. Jesus, why is it so many blocks? Blocks, just like my cocks. I don't know. Bars. Should I make a... I should probably make another chest. I was trying to learn Korean. Such a hard language. Oh, wait. Chests combine. I remember now. Let's go. How do you... Is it shift? It is shift. Let's go. I'm a pro player, baby. I'm gonna keep my bread. Just gonna keep my bread in there. All right. That looks good for now. Japanese is harder for me, at least. Yeah, from Minecraft good. You'll play in a minute. Nice. Why am I reading backwards? I like how you mark that area with torches, right? Because I'm gonna forget. I'm pretty lost. I'm lost in directions in real life and in games. I put that disc 11 immediately after Sweden. I couldn't know you were gonna skip it. Oh, I'm sorry. Japanese is harder for me, at least. Korean is like one of the easiest Asian languages to learn. Written languages, yes. Spoken, I have no idea, but I wouldn't be surprised if that were true, yeah. Okay, respawn. All right, we're good. Let's get out of here. If your first language is American, I was about to say. If your first language is English, Japanese is one of the hardest languages in the world for you to learn. Just pretty objectively, unless you've already have some experience with it when you're younger. Cause like, it uses Chinese characters, it has its own Japanese characters, and the grammar structure is like flipped. Whereas Chinese grammar structure is not flipped relative to English. So Chinese is easier to learn, Mandarin or Cantonese. But Chinese is very hard to learn reading-wise. Yo, let's get some more pumpkins. I've been practicing Japanese again. Hell yeah. Nice farm going on right there. Thanks. I stole it from the villagers myself. It's a good spot, right? I could just like... Oh, there's another bed I could steal. Whoa, I forgot to come here. I get so excited, but I mean, these aren't like amazing stuff. Oh yeah, let me just shift everything. Okay. Alright, that's good. Yo, what's up, chicken? Bye. Oh, they got a bell too. Did I not check out this area? I guess not. Whatever. You think you left that wood? Well, thank you. I see those creeper crates. What's a creeper crate? All right, so I'm gonna go look for Iran now. Iran. I'm gonna look for Iran, and we found a compass also, which is so sexy that we found a compass in the middle of nowhere. So that's gonna be helpful for coming back home because I'm gonna be lost, and we're gonna kill some animals. Hungle, yes. We're going to Japan in a year. Ah! What's going on? Am I dying? How did I Bro! I was reading chat. Oh no. Ah! And now I'm blocked in here. I should keep a pickaxe in here. Are you kidding me? Why is a zombie out in the morning? Stupid ass zombie. Okay, I have wood and stuff. It's not the end of the world. Bruh. That's so dumb. I was trying to read chat. Alright, I'm gonna read chat. I'm gonna read chat. It's so bad. It's good. For most people, Japanese is hard, yeah. I'm learning Japanese. I feel like everyone in chat is learning Japanese. Hell yeah. Gee. We're going to Japan in a year or so. Hell yeah. In terms of learning it, yes, but once you know Japanese is much nicer to read because it's so distinct with each character rather than sounding things out. No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Korean is much, much, much easier to read. And saying, like, I don't know, saying once you know it is kind of like taking out all the hard work because just getting to know 2,000 kanji doesn't even make you completely fluent. And that's already hard enough. Where's my stuff? Which way did I go? I already forgot. I went this way, right? Yeah, I went this way. Oh, there it is. Jesus. Get away. Get away. Give me all my shit. Alright. Do I have everything? No, I lost the... Did someone steal my shit? Bro! Where's my sword? Bro! Are you kidding? Why are they all here? It's morning. Bro, I hate this game so much sometimes. I swear to God. Like, where's all my shit? Oh, it was here. Didn't I have like a full inventory of shit? Or am I going crazy? Oh no, I didn't because okay, I'm a dumbass. Never mind. Ah! They could break it? Since when could they break doors? What the hell? Oh yeah, Rose and Timmy were wondering about joining. Ping, if you see Whisker, run away. I don't know what that means. Get good. Compass, I know compass takes me to spawn, but my compass, I died with my compass. Hiding under trees. Nothing much. What's up? Yeah. Also, game doesn't pause in menus while on server. Yeah. You can die in Minecraft, yes. Looking for an audio interface? I have one. I have a Focusrite. Korean is easy to read, yeah. Thai is light work to learn, really. Practicing Japanese, working, playing Minecraft, getting Twitch swords. Also gonna stream this week and paying rent, nice. Zombies will pick up... They'll pick up your items? Is that actually true? English letters blend together, making words harder to read in a way that kanji don't. Okay, bro. English is still 100,000 times harder. I don't know about if you're dyslexic, so I can't speak to that. I mean, Japanese is 1,000 times harder if you know English as a first language. The thing I hate about kanji and particle sounds are that annoying to me. They sound like or mean tend to depend on context. Yep. I was going to say that they can break doors. Yeah. Since always? I didn't know that. The doors on the inside of a building shouldn't be able to break it, I think. Minecraft should have stayed on 1.8. Armors and weapons are what they pick up? Okay. What game are you gonna stream? Bro, did I... I'm such an idiot. Okay, I'm gonna make this one more time. No, I died with all my wood on me. Why am I such a dumbass? Is this good content, guys? Me being a dumbass? Hopefully, at least it's good content. How many mobs are there, though? God damn, there's even a little one, bro. It's not even nighttime. Do they just come to villages a lot? They're not even... Oh, great. No. I'm gonna get stuck again. I'm gonna get stuck again getting all my shit. Oh my god, bro. Oh, there's a boat. I'm gonna use this boat. Oh, I used that. I found that boat. I used it to get here. Okay. Jesus. Shit, he took my sword. I hate this game sometimes. Take Talk and the Staff of Dreams. Oh, I think you've mentioned that before. Sad ass sounding song. True. Sorry for my English bad.
Underscores coordinates from while you were sleeping and good better cry.
Oh, using TTS to get a message across. Emulators are weird. True. I'm not talking about the learning process, just how reading feels on my eyes. Oh, really? I feel like Japanese is so much more annoying to read because it's so small. Just like my peepee. Oh, Whisker is sleeping. All right, I'll sleep for you, Whiskers. Let's go. Why do you need a compass when you got coordinates? Because I'm not going to remember my coordinates. And I'm still a dumbass even with that. Bing bong. I watched this show before. This song sounds nice. I need your love. Alright, I need to go to a mountain. That looks like a mountain. You guys said iron is on mountains, right? 224 level. Iron is in caves. Bro, you guys said compass takes to spawn, not bed though, right? Yeah, it takes you to spawn, right? It's a whole constant, I think, for iron. 224. Well, I've been told mountains and caves are for iron, so... Whoever said, yeah. Caves and mountains have the most. Well, I'm already out here. So I'm gonna look up the... I wanna travel, okay? I don't wanna be stuck in a cave all day. But thank you for letting me know. I sound so, like... Oh, here, this is a cave. Wait, I could actually find caves. Oh, but caves probably have a shit ton of mobs, right? Spawn is 0, 0. Wait, it's gonna take me where my last bed was, right? I don't know, man. I have no sword. The hell is this? What the hell was that? Okay. It looks like no one's been here before. This looks scary. Fucking creepers. I'm gonna scream, probably. I need to get a sword. I need to get a sword. Right, guys? I should get a sword. Then don't suck. That's hard for me. I like sucking. If you know what I mean. Wait, let me get wood. Let me be smart before I go into a cave. Let me be smart. Here, I'm not gonna be sucky. Wait, what are you guys confused on? I'm so lost. Oh. Is a pickaxe faster at getting wood than, like, your hands? I should probably get an axe, right? I just want to get enough trees for now. I can teach you something. Teach me. No? I'm so tempted to come and kill you just for content. Then I'm never going to play in your server ever again. Make an F axe. What does that mean? That's bad content, okay? And I don't know if he answered the people that wanted to join. Okay. I have enough. Plus, it's not fair. You can see my chords all the time. It's racist, one might say. What's the thing? Oh yeah, it's a crafting table. There we go. I'm gonna make 2. 1, 2. I'm also gonna make a boat. I can't make a boat. I lied. Alright, then we're gonna put one. Bro, I swear these buttons confuse the hell out of me. Man, what's an F axe? Axe, yes. Pickaxe, no. Oh, okay. Timmy and Rose. Make an axe. I'm gonna make an axe. Axe. There we go, axe. And then I want to make a... Nah, I have pickaxes. I need to find other shit. Alright. Yeah, and then we're gonna take this. Oh, I should probably use an axe for this. Whatever, it's too late. Oh, a sword! I was gonna make a sword! Guys. I was gonna make a sword. Alright. Let's go here. Sword. Gonna put that there. Boom. Boom, we're ready, baby. Axe makes more damage. God damn it. I read that right after making the sword. Whatever, it's fine. But swords are faster, right? Alright, this connects back. Ooh, there's some copper. I'll take that. I should probably make more stone axes. It's probably gonna take some time. Ooh, we got coal. That's good. Like Dylan and Cole. Ah! Dylan and Cole Sprouse. Shit. Okay, that didn't do that much. It's okay. It didn't even explode anything. Is that because it's server settings, or? I'm guessing it's server settings. Make both for backup. Okay. I know Timmy, I don't know Rose. It's not personal. I just don't want looking. Ping, even if we told you, you would see. Looting. Maybe if you hang here more, I'll invite you. Rose. Axe is only good in Java. Bedrock doesn't have the 1.9. Oh, interesting. Axes and swords are the same speed on Bedrock? Oh, I didn't even realize that. Look at what I'm learning here. I'm gonna forget that, though. Bro. Bro, I'm just trying to get this shit, bro. Like, creepers do explode, probably just because of stone. Oh, interesting. Never build above or below you guys. Learn from the master. The ping pong master. Okay. But I could do it because I'm a beast. Oh, this is a lot of coal. You're not sure if you'll even be able to connect. Fair. Hey, don't scare me with those creepers. During the subathon, we're probably going to make it so that if you pay like 1 bit or something, things could explode in front of me. I might set that up. I think we'll do that. That sounds fun, you know? I'm not sure yet. Oh, why do I gotta eat so much? Alright. Make 2 swords? Nah. I'll be fine. But thanks for the advice. Okay. I like that this connects. Alright, to the outside world. Swords are just better with axes being equivalent to one nature down. Oh, you got Itachi? That's the sexy emote. For now, Roz, I'll keep it in mind. Alright. I need to make another pickaxe, but I'm hoping to just find iron before I need to make a stone one. Imagine lava comes out and I die here. That'd be kind of funny. Alright. Okay. Alright, we explore slowly but surely. Okay. Okay, whatever. Oh, there's coal up there. Bro, I need a path for myself. This is too much. Alright, there we go. Just put this. Oh, iron! We found iron. Let's go. Wait till he learns about shields. I know what a shield is. That's Sasuke? Oh yeah, that is Sasuke. I'm a dumbass. I'm such a bad Naruto lover. Oh, I apologize. Bring me copper, I need a lot. Bring me Indinel copper and you can have a spyglass. Yo, what's up, Ethan? Hey, look, there's a guy who wants to kill me. Nah, I'm okay, guys. I'm not gonna trade. I'm a loner. Ooh, I'm back outside. Alright, let's go get the iron. Oh! Hi there. I'll pick that up. Yo, what's up, Ethan? How you doing? Oh, my boat is there too. This is a good area. You guys are like, don't use your items to take out dirt, right? Extreme stretch. Ah! Not now. Bro! Oh! Hey, I didn't die. Where's the gold? What? I can't extreme stretch right now. What are you, crazy? I'm doing good. We give you nothing? Okay. I hope that's extreme enough for you. Alright. Alright, we're doing good. We're doing good. And so is Ethan. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. How's your cousin doing? How's Pancakes doing? Or Elena? So yeah, I remember so much about you guys. It's scary. You guys should be scared. I mean, you shouldn't, but... What version? I have no idea. I'm guessing it's the newest version, because... I don't know. Or one of the... I can't pick it up! Fucking flowers. I wish you could just, like, ban picking up flowers. Like, I don't want no flowers. Okay, picking up iron is great, though. Gold is useless unless you're making a clock or golden apples. Yeah, I do know that about apples. Have you been on those massive underground? No, this is my second day playing on the server. And just playing Minecraft since a long time ago, so. And a long time ago, I was pretty trash, too. Something like 1.9. Yeah, I think it's something like that. Cole comes in with so much, bro. Dylan Cole? Dylan... No, I was wrong. Good for netherite? Oh. Why is it good for netherite? What does it do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, they're sleeping. Alright. If I sleep in here, will I die when I wake up? I don't know. Third player. Who is that? Joctor? Why are you saying die? What happened? Sleep, please. Aw, he left. That's so sweet. Thank you. Wait, it's light now, right? Yeah, it is. Ooh, mommy. I use charcoal a lot by burning wood, using sticks or wood planks. Isn't it better to just find charcoal, though? It gives you XP also. Especially if you have a diamond axe, I guess, because it's fast and with stuff on it. I can't believe I could reach there, bro. That does not make sense. Ah! That does not make sense. It's good I wasn't there. Let's pick up this shit and go back up. 4 gold and 4 netherite to make one. Oh, interesting. What is that ingot called? Like, look how much there is here. Oh, I hope there's... I'm not gonna die from... Okay, that's good. Trees are more common and more visible, and you can plant them back. True. To get what, for golden apples you're saying? Or maybe I mean... Does everyone play Minecraft here? Sheesh. What nerds? Anyway, can you guys help me? I'm just joking. I'm a beast. I don't need help. It's okay. For now. Where's all this shit? Okay. I'm running out of bread. Netherite scraps. Oh. What are these songs? They're pretty decent. Okay, we have some mobs. We have some copper. Should I go down? Wait, let me kill this guy first. Oh, he has a head. Didn't I get the golden shit? I should probably use that shit. Yeah, I should probably use that shit. Yeah. Oh, it's red. Whatever. It's better than nothing. And I have another inventory slot. You just gotta spend like 100 hours mining, then you'll be set with coal. Is it that hard? Ping, I was literally your teacher for early stages. That is true. But now I've forgotten like half the things. I still remember a lot though. He got that chain helmet. Is that good? I don't want to get swept away here. What is this glass shit? I want to find more Iran. I am a Minecraft noob. Chain equals gold equals iron with the helmets. I don't even know what that means, but okay. That's vines, I think. Oh, what do they do? Was it a good picture? Did I smile? Alright, we're gonna get some Cooper here. Cooper Union. It's a college my cousin went to, and then he dropped out and went to an easier college. Is this cool, or is this just there? I think it's kind of cool. We gotta get more... Wow! We gotta get more Iron. I can't say iron, because then people get mad at me. Oh, there's... Oh, fuck, are you kidding me? 2 irons and 2 sweepers, creepers. Bro, are you kidding me? Bro, you idiot. Why'd you have to fall? Now it's gonna be more work to kill you. Climb up, bro. Ah! Oh, I barely did anything. What the hell is that? What is that guy? Oh, shit! He got a bow and arrow. He got a bow and arrow. Nope. Bye. 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 Okay. I just want the iron, bro. I just want the iron. I say Aorn. Aorn? I say iron. People say Iron.
Monkey do okay.
Thank you. I tried
Monkey
to do okay. I
pretty
need a
okay.
shield. Oh yeah, I should
guess.
get a shield, right? Is copper used for the scopy thing? Yeah. I do need a shield. Iron. Yeah, I say iron. I say iron. Is that bad? Iron. Oh, you got slayed by the wither?
Monkey do good.
Wait, you versed the
Monkey do
wither?
very
Isn't the wither like crazy beast or something? Iron? Oh. You need 5 wood planks and 1 iron? Oh, I could do that. The fuck? Oh. Iron. Alright. Guys, by the way, if I die, just clip it so we know the chords. Or just laugh while I die. That's an option too. Bro, why is it so dark in caves? I've been getting so much of this shit. Iron. Yeah, I say iron too. Iron. I'll screenshot, then laugh. That's probably the best thing to do, yeah. Some call. Some of you might be saying, why would you break that block, Ping? Well, it's 10,000 IQ. It's so I could get back up more easily. Watch. I need another axe. She got me. Who understands Korean in chat right now? Like, very well. Oh my god, I can't even... Bro, I don't want the stupid-ass flower. Thank you. Flowers are the most annoying things. Oh, did someone pretend to die in the death message? It was fake? Oh, I believed it. Okay, let's go back up. Oh, shit. There we go. There we go. There we go. Another While You Were Sleeping soundtrack. Who knows? I can basically read it now. Wait, you can basically read what now? Okay, I don't care about this anymore. I want iron. I want more iron. And then I'll have to make more stone. Oh no, I can make iron pickaxe now. Yo, what's up, Spider? You're not gonna attack me, right? Racism. Racism. Bye. Did I get your... Bro, like, just... Can I... What can I get rid of? Damn, I got so much copper. I don't know what to get rid of. I'm gonna die thinking of what to get rid of. Okay, I don't need this. I mean, I guess I don't need the string either. I don't know. Oh, you can basically read Korean, yeah? Hell yeah. I remember you were studying it before. You're fangirling? I'm gonna play Minecraft, but like, good. You'll get there? Thank you. That's sick that you can read it. I remember it took me like 1 day to read Russian. I guess, I don't know why. It's like such an easy language to... It seems complex because it's a little similar to English. But yeah, I never tried reading Korean or like looking at the alphabet. Yeah, I have no more torches left too. That's not good. That's a dead end. I can speak Spanish, not Korean. Well, no one asked about Spanish. I'm just joking. That's pretty cool. Cortez has been gone for a while. Yeah. It's been some time since I've seen Cortez as well. Alright, let's put a crafting table here. And we need another stone pickaxe, unfortunately. Wait, that one didn't break. Ugh, and then we need a light. Did I bring enough wood with me? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. What? What? Oh, there we go. I was like, why can't I type? That's cool though. I hate that I'm more advanced in Spanish more than Vietnamese. You should be happy that you can speak another language though. A lot of people can't, and that's something that you should be proud of. You know, maybe it's not, you know, the same, but as knowing another language you wanted to know, but you know, it's not bad. Shot was special. All right, we're gonna get the stupid wool out of here. But I'm a freak. I don't need the granite actually. Oh no, I'm a creep. God damn it, I fucked it up. I'm a widow. I just might as well pick that up. All right. Hey, listen, we're making this work somehow. I don't want that there. This song is nice. I love this song. I think this is my song that's there. Make a server town for deals and trades and meetings. Yeah, maybe we should do that. I'm just trying to survive right now. I can understand and speak words, but can't write them or read. That's similar to me for some languages that family speaks as well. I mean, most Americans, yeah, pretty much. I do mean most Americans, I think. Yo, W vocals, thanks, bro. Let's go. Special. I took advantage of everything my Spanish teacher taught and cursed out this one person in Spanish in Among Us. That's funny. This will be the next hermit crab. Probably not, but you know. I'm a widow. Nice jump, Pink. Maybe in a few decades, bro. I can't play this game. I'm so trash. I mean, look at this stellar gameplay. How the hell? Oh. Ah! Where the hell did you come from? Oh, was that not 10,000 IQ accidentally? That was pretty cool. I uploaded my Minecraft base location if you want to see it. I'll look at it later because I'm a loser right now and I'm too concentrated on this, but I definitely do want to see it. Ooh. Maybe I'll learn a thing or two. That electric guitar hitting, I know, right? It's in Pink's Minecraft channel? Hell yeah. Why is this a dead end? Why did I waste all that time to get here? Stellar gameplay, so much cap. Thanks for the hydrate. I could find some people in game. They could find me, but I mean, I don't want them to kill me. In special. I don't know what else they would want to do, you know? There wasn't much iron. But maybe I didn't explore it enough. I don't want to go down there. I'm a widow. Oh. Oh, wait. I don't know if that looked... I don't know. Yeah, there you go. that looks good. That looks so stupid, bro. I don't know if that was wacky or... I didn't have enough time to think of a wacky face, so that's what I did. I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't know what the hell that was. Nice? Oh, okay. If you liked it, it's good then. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the stretch. Damn, so much Korean music. Okay. Once I get out of this cave, I will look at your picture. Alright, we're gonna go down here. Oh, it's a forest. The hell is... Oh, shit. What the... I need a shield! Fuck, bro. I forgot to make the shield. Ah! What? Okay, you're the last one, bro. What the hell, bro? Followed by an extreme stress, but she was out of stock. Lol. Jack Harlow. Oh. Jesus. That was close. Burn up some iron and make that shield ASAP. True. How do you use the shield? Oh, burn iron. I need a furnace, right? Bro, I have way too much shit here. Okay. There we go. Did I make it? I made it. And I could burn wood, right? Oh no, I could burn coal. Where's my iron? Okay, there we go. I'll just explore for now. Does this give you anything? Or is this just decorative, guys? All this grassy shit. I should probably not explore too much. I don't have much left. 1 iron and 6 wood planks. Let me put the rest of my good food here. Wait. Alright, let's make shield. Let's go. And then I could just put it on, right? Let's go. And I could make a iron pickaxe now. No, I can't. Should I make an iron pickaxe? Or I'm not Raccoon. Should I make an iron pickaxe or should I make an iron sword? I'm gonna make a sword first. I feel like that's more useful, right? Only decorative? Oh. Make some armor and that shield before you explore. Thank you for the applause. Wait, armor is a better idea. I want to make a sword first, though. I'm gonna make a sword. Because I don't want to get clappeth, as you say. Okay, we don't need that. Oh, shit, that's a lot. We could probably make some other stuff, right? The plate armor is the best, right? But I probably need more iron. Yeah, I need 3 more iron. So we're going to explore for some iron. Iron boots. Should I make the boots? Alright, I'll just make the boots. Better than nothing, right? What a beautiful song. Oh, and I still have that gold plate. Okay. Okay, we're looking better, guys. We're looking better. We're looking better. Let's explore. What? Whoa! Wait, could that... If I stepped on that, would I have died? Baby, I'm falling. I'm just gonna step on it. Nothing happened. Oh. I thought it was a trap. Iron, let's go! Alright, let's just light up this cave a little more. Oh, this keeps going. Alright, let's go back. Gold armor has ass durability. Oh. I knew that. I knew that. Oh, yes, it broke. That's good. I didn't make an iron pickaxe. Oh, that was dumb. I should have made one. Okay, I could pick up the iron. Okay, good. This will be our base of operations for now, since I have... Or should I just pick up the furnace? Because I feel like I'm going to get lost and forget it there. I already don't remember where it is, bro. Where the hell was the furnace? More ass than leather armor. Oh. Oh, there it is. I'm going to break this shit. Pick it up? Yeah. I'm too dumb. Oh, pickaxe, right? There we go. Okay, I need to throw out this carpet and this flower and this carpet and never go back there so I don't pick it up accidentally. Okay. Okay, so let's go explore the way that I initially put, which is this way, I think. Did I get the iron there? I already forgot. I did, right? Yeah, I did. Okay. Oh, villager. Yeah, we got an iron sword though, which is good. Yeah, I'm not scared. Whew! That was good. I wasn't scared. Alright. I don't want to forget where I'm going. Oh, it's nighttime. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Does this keep going? Jesus. Oh, we'll come back here. The song's nice. What the it is nice. It's such a weird ceiling. That was beautiful singing, right? Like, do I need coal? Should I even care about it? I should just go for iron. That cave. Ah! That cave cramped up. I know, right? Damn, bro. Bro. They're betting on my downfall, or however you say that. It's just more copper. I don't care about copper. I want iron. Iran. Okay, it looks like there's some food here. The hell is that? Whoa, it was lighting up the place. It's a glowberry. Oh, that seems really decorative and nice. I actually want that. I actually really want that. Give me the berries. You don't need coal, you can get charcoal from trees. Is charcoal from trees really that much better? Okay. You can eat glowberries? What? Why would I want to eat them? They're so decorative. That's interesting, though. They don't do anything to you? You could just eat them? There's only one iron thing there? Are you serious? Wow, it actually brights up the place so much. What is that? Is that someone? The hell is that pink stuff? Whoa, it's a flower? Yo, that's a cute flower. Wait, does it hit you? Oh, it's just a flower. It's the same, but it's easier to get. Oh, gotcha. Because there's so many trees. That's what you guys were saying. Come on, bro. What is this angle? Don't hit me. Don't hit. What? God, how many times did he hit me? But good. Now I could get a dog. All right. Didn't I have bone? Oh, these are arrows. Yeah, I don't care about arrows. Not right now. Oh, shit. Jesus, they really glow up the place. Okay. So cramped. So weird, bro. Why is it so cramped? Is that a creeper? Oh, it's a skeleton, boy. You can use a bunch of sticks or wood planks as fuel to burn up wood on the furnace. Yeah, I was doing that before, but I just thought getting... What the hell? Why is it spinning, bro? Is it trying to 360 quickscope me? Well, you're not gonna do it today, bitch. The game won't let me type. Sheesh. Sounds like a you problem. Oh, there's water right above here. All right, let's not play around with that then. Running low on food. We might get out soon of this cave. It's kind of a shiitake cave, bro. There's not much here so far. I mean, this area was kind of cool, but... Did I miss something here? No. Still don't know the use of bronze ores. Me neither. Alright, what if I go slowly here? I don't think I was here. Ooh, there might be stuff here. Oh! Okay. Or copper. Yeah, people were talking about the use of copper before, but it's very limited apparently. But I'm still picking up some. Oh, let's go. Please be more. Yes. Good. I freaking need that shit. Okay. Yes. Yes, this is a good amount of iron. Probably the max that you could get. You lost your pickaxe? What a loser. Who loses their pickaxe? Alright. Oh, Jesus. Oh, this cave is bigger than I... Whoa! Enderman. Holy shit. What is it? A ravine, they say? They call it, right? Can y'all meet up and make a house together? Well, they've been playing much longer than I have, so they have a shit ton of stuff. They have diamonds and stuff. Why is it boring just seeing me explore on my own? I'm sorry. Alright. I wanted to do stuff myself and not get help from them, to be honest. Okay. What is this song? Alright, I'm gonna get out of this cave.
Hello there.
Hello there. I'm gonna watch George Not Found because this is boring. Fair. I mean, it says Minecraft noob in the title. What did you expect? Wait, actually? You know what I feel like doing? I feel like banning its Tarsal. What's the difference? They're not gonna be here. They're gonna be watching George Not Found, right? My mods made me feel like banning is more fun now. Thank you, mods. W ban. I do honestly think that Minecraft content for me playing it isn't the most exciting. That's why you guys could add music and stuff. Because I'm not good at Minecraft, but you know, the first message on the stream, I'm gonna go watch George Not Found. This is boring. It's not conducive to a good future relationship on stream. You know what I mean? Alright, I picked up that thing. Oh. Banning's a dangerous power. True. Alright, I think I'm gonna get out of this cave. It doesn't really have much. Yo, what's up, Emily? I should chase and kill you for some excitement. No, it's okay. I mean, we could do... You know, there's more exciting stuff than just chasing each other and killing each other, you know? I know Dream's Minecraft manhunts got a lot of praise, but... There's other stuff you could do in Minecraft to make for interesting content. In my humble opinion. Oi, Emo. We were doing that before, but we got distracted by the cave. Want to fight the Ender Dragon right now? Yeah. I thought it was going to be a thing on the server where everyone does it together, no? I don't think Gerardo and Jimmy are on right now. Or everyone else on the server. Manhunt, but Ping is the hunted? Bro, I would just be screaming half the time. That actually would be good content. I take it back. Well, I never said it wouldn't be, but... We ain't doing it now, yeah. Give him some gear. Nah, I wanna do it all by myself, you know? Is it that boring? I apologize. Look at these goddamn muscles, though. Thank you, Clear. Hell yeah. This is what you guys miss out on if you don't come on stream. These sexy muscles. How you doing, Clear? I hope you're doing well.
Hello there.
Hello there. Server's too big, but only 11 people will be able to do it. Oh, how many people are on the server now? Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up, baby cheeks? That's what I call my brother. You'd not be screaming much because you'd be killed quick, I bet. That's a good point. Unless they're like, they give me like half an hour to run. I would need to practice a lot more before doing that stuff. Been missing you. Aw, can we get an aw in chat for that? Aw. I went all the way and pressed that button just for you. Alright, we're getting out of this cave. We barely got anything. Hey! Did they actually fall, or is that a fake death message? How far away is the how far away am I to land? There it is. Thank you, Ethan. And it broke. Kiss my mom. Kiss my mom. What am I saying? We're gonna get rid of this because it's literally just 3. Bruh. Fine, I'll go to them for content. What do you want me to do, though, huh? What am I supposed to do with them? What am I supposed to do with them, Rose? What am I supposed to do? Oh, there we are. We're on land. See, I'm not that bad. Oh. We're not at land. There we go. See, this is smart. I'm using my meat, so if something attacks me, I could just eat it. Even though it's full of dirt. Hey, let's go. I actually want to build a house and everything. Ambush them? Bro, I'm not strong enough. They got like diamond gear and shit. And they could hear me. Probably the more important thing. They could hear me. Kiss me. Alright, let's build something. Oh, they're far from me. You know what? Let's go visit them. Let's go visit them. Fucking far, though. Say yes, say yes. Bye. Did I pick up your shit? Okay, I kind of want the wool. Yo, nah, I don't want the wool. Wait, I have a cum. Piss. Let me first go back to my house and see what I could do there. I'm using my meat. Hey, yo. But I like using my meat. What's wrong with that? Is you Minecrafting all night? No. We're going to community game later. Maybe some Gartic. Can I pick up? Bro, I want mushrooms. I never had any IRL, so I want one in the game. Nah, fuck it. Whatever. Sorry for cursing. Yay. I need to get back home. I'm not dying out here. I love watching you Minecraft. Whoa, what the hell is that? There's a ladder to the sky. The hell is that? Alright, let's see what the hell they were doing. And there's a creeper. Great. I love creepers. We're just gonna go around that creeper. Yo, I found someone's shit. I'll watch that at the top and I'm gonna die now. What is this? Nah. How do I get down? Oh, shift. Okay. I feel like someone's gonna break the bottom and kill me, so I'm just gonna go all the way down. We'll go up that another time. Let me at least rest in my shit with all my with all my shit. I got shit. I don't want to die right now. Bro! Oh my god. Can't believe you found that because I'm a fucking god Minecrafter. Can't believe you doubted my godness abilities. How far away is my homie? My home. I ship you with the creeper. Thanks. I hope you're wrong. Oh, I need food. Where's my food? I ran out of food. Who keeps dying? Is that lava? Oh god, it is. I gotta get home. I want to build stuff. Oh, no, I didn't. Oh. I'm struggling to boiled egg. Where's my farm? I'm going back to it. I have a cum piss. So that should get me places. You got pork top row in the middle. I love you, bro. No, it's not cooked. It's not good if it's not cooked, right? It poisons you or some shit, right? Oh, that's someone! Oh, they're coming to me. Oh. You kill me, I leave the server. Hey, Joctor. There it is. Did they take my shit? Why is it open? This should not be... Oh, this is my original place. Oh, shit. That's not my new place. Yo, what's up, guys? Wait. The hell? You came to us? Oh. Sir, this is at spawn. Oh. Bro, look, it's cooked. You're dumb. It says raw. Minecraft yourself. It literally says raw. Sleep, please. Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry. Ah! Bro, there's a creeper. God, bro. I told you it was gonna fall. That scared the shit out of me. Oh. This game is so scary. Look to the left of it. My bad. My bad, Timmy. I'll look at the cooked food in a second. Bro, this game. Make it day, please. You gotta just carry a bed. That's what I was doing. I put the bed down and it said monsters are around you. And then a creeper came out of nowhere and I almost died. Guys, I'm not that bad. Oh, it's hot. Two people still aren't asleep. Well, it's not me. This is Jack Harlow. I don't like rap music much. It just sounds like no one listens to words of music anyway, so it just sounds like someone going. You know? Dig down, then sleep underground. It's okay, I could just leave the server. Is it still not day? Bro, I'll go back in for the content. Oh, it is day. You guys lied to me. Where's my bed? Someone stole my bed. You fascists. Or maybe the creeper killed it. I don't know. Yeah, you guys are saying there's cooked pork chops. You're right, and I should Minecraft myself. I apologize. My bad. Okay. Alright, so this is what we gotta do. We gotta find my... Where's my spot? Where's my spot? The hell? No way. Wait, did it respawn? Did it reset my respawn spot? Bro, you know what? F everything. I'm gonna build a house. I'm tired of this shit, bro. Oh no, it's right here. Never mind, I'm done. But they did. Why did they open it? Why did they open my spot? I have Java, not Bedrock. Doctor is near you. Also, Timmy, you want to join? Alright. Where do I go here? Okay, I'm right here. Oh, it just ended. Rip Timmy. Okay, I got some cool stuff. Where are my chests? Didn't I put chests somewhere? Or am I going crazy? Bruh. Did I not put chests here? Did I put it below? Hey, my guy's bumping up and down to Psy. Oh no, this is my old spot. Bro, I don't know where my new spot is. Shit. I had 2 mining spots, guys. This is one of them. The other one was somewhere else. Ugh, I hate this game sometimes. I actually do. Like, bro. It's okay. Most of the stuff that was in my chests was pretty shit anyway. I got the compass, and it was just from strip mining, and I didn't find anything good strip mining anyway, so it's fine. You changed your skin? Damn. They gave everyone with either PC version the one they don't have. True. Whoop'em Gangnam Style. Whoop'em Gangnam Style. That's just copium. Is it? It is. No, I lost my spot, my other place, but whatever. I don't care. I'm just gonna build something, and I'm gonna get some dogs. Yo, dog. Literally, but where did I get an iron shovel with fortune 2, efficiency 3, unbreaking 3? It must have been from one of the mobs. All right, come here. Come here. Love me. Good. We're gonna get some more dogs, okay, doggo? Where are they? Damn. Guys, should I build stuff with you guys or not with you guys? I need to get a leash to get animals, right? Alright, doggo. I don't know where I got that. I just picked it up. That's good, right? Oh, I see a llama. Yo, just as I... No way. Oh, my luck has flipped. Come here. Dog, attack the llamas. I don't care about llamas. You're all dead to me. Kill it. Good dog. We killed the guy too. Just kill him. Good job. We're not trading with him. We don't like men. We're anti-men. We're sexist here. Alright. We need more space. Installing it? Nice. You should help us build your city. So you could just tear it down? Wait, can I come to you guys and help you guys build something? If you guys need help building something? Do I need leather? I actually kind of want to be with you guys now. I feel like it's better content and more fun. I apologize for everything. What do I get rid of here? I need chests and shit. There's a hidden cave on that cobble with moss. I don't want to go to caves right now. I want to develop something. I want to build something. I'm tired of being a nomad. I got a dog. I don't want him to die. Go to portal. Go to 0, 0. Okay. I used to be on an SMP for building. I love that shit. Yeah, building stuff is fun. I feel like. I don't know. 0, 0. Where the hell would that be? That would be on 0, 0. I'm going the right way. I'm a god. Dog, you're in my face. Oh, there it is. Should I actually go to the portal? Am I gonna die if I go to the portal? Whoop him Gangnam style. I should have taken all the wool. Exclamation point music. I can't believe you don't know that. Oh my god. Do my dogs die if I go through the portal? Alright. There we go. We got 2 sexy ass dogs. Get over here. Oh. Oh, that's a bad doggo. I know nothing. I'll be better tomorrow. Finally, someone who's as bad as me. Watch this. Let's go. It has a built-in tunnel, I bet. All right, let's see. It's all G. All right. The hell? Hey, my doggos are here. What now? Hey, doctor. Yo, doggos, don't fall. If you fall, you're dumb. Oh, shit. Love you too, spoiled egg. I don't know who you are, but... Spaboiled egg. That's so good, actually. Damn, he's 360ing. Look at that. My head hurts. Oh my god, look how... Oh! 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 Doggos. What the hell? You just went under the map. My doggos are... Oh. Oh, there you are. Thank you, doctor. Alright. Whoa. Yo, this is so cool. I should have came here. I'm happy I explored in the beginning. I'm not gonna lie. I needed that, you know? I needed to feel homeless. Why am I falling through? What's going on? Huh? The hell's going on? What? What just happened? No! Are my doggos gonna die? I'm not dead. Where's the other dog? Sit here. He died! Deep snow freezes you. Oh. Orgasm over staircase? Hell yeah. Oh my god. Alright. Where can I set up? Oh, this is so cool! Some blocks you'll fall through. Well, we lost one of the dogs on our way here. I'm sorry, bro. Alright, where should I be? Where can I set up? Where do you guys allow me to... Oh. Where do you guys allow me to set up? Don't enter my house. I won't. Just tell me where I can set up. This is sick. Hey, it's Chi. I'm more built than you are. Look at that. I got gold. I got... Set up your house. Bridge? Go across the bridge. Don't look at their house. Don't enter my house. Why am I reading it? Where's the bridge? Doctor, can you show me? Doctor? I don't see a bridge. Yo, that looks so sick! Oh, I'm excited. This is fun. Wait. Show me where I can go. Sit your dog down before it dies? Why would it die? Here. Nah, he's gonna come with me. Oh, shit. Where did she go? Oh, there we go. Bridge is this way. Look at those tall-ass bamboo trees. I know, right? Do I do the command and the link? The command is just to explain to you how it works. Oh, yeah. Do exclamation point SR space and then the link. Whoa, what the hell is that castle? I don't see a bridge, though. Oh, that's the bridge. Oh, shit. Yo, doggo, let's go. It's just me and you against the world. Where are you? There you are. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby cheeks. Baby cheeks. Get over here. Whose house is that? I have no idea. Doctors, maybe? Or Dinals? Oh, that's what you were... BK. Is it BK's? I remember seeing people build there. Wait, it looks like someone's already set up here a little bit. They got shit here. I don't want to touch their stuff. BK's house, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna be up on the mountains, maybe. It's gonna be even more beautiful. Doggo, do the exercise. Alright, we're gonna build right here. We're gonna look over everyone. Look at that. Oh, what a sexy view. Alright, sit down, sit down. Oh shit, we need a bed. We don't have a bed anymore. Oh shit. Alright, we gotta build real quick. Oh, there's pigs here too, and we have a leash. I really don't want to die here. I really don't want to die. You have a bed? Oh, I do. Oh. Can you guys sleep? Please. Sleep, please. Sleep! Oh, I'm gonna die here. I just hope they don't kill you, doggo. Okay, one person left. I could sleep the second I see someone else sleeping. It notifies me if someone sleeps, right? Where's my bed? Oh, my bed's right here. Bro. Ask D now. Come on. I don't want to die by a creeper. Yes, let's go. What a good set of people in this thing. Black like COVID? Is that what he said? All right. Wait. Look that way. Look that way. Look that way. Look at the view. There's a horse? Wait, stay here. And it's gray. Wait, why does it look fake? The hell's going on with you, bro? All right. Yeah, I can't get you yet. I don't have anything for you. So can you like... Okay, you know what? I'm not going to be able to get you to stay. You know what? You'll die. I don't care. You need wheat to tame it. Oh, I don't need a thing to hold... Whatever, that's too much work right now. May I join? No. Joking. Alright. 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 We need to make a house so we don't die. We need a legit house so creepers can't come and shit. What was that? Was that an apple? I think that was an apple. What is this song? Alright. Alright, look at this shit, bro. This looks sexy. No, it doesn't. But it's gonna look sexy, baby. Let's go. Hey, stop looking at me. Look at the view. The view. There we go. Look at the view. Oh, he's in love with me. I don't blame you, but... Yeah. There you go. Jesus. You're still... Look at the view. Look how beautiful that is. Whatever, man. You only need to ride it, pause, a couple of times to tame it. Oh. Well, I don't have wheat. I'll have to get wheat. Seems like work. Me when I play Minecraft, jumps in ravine. Pretty much the same. I also suck at this game. What's up, gamer? How you doing? Ping, your other wolf didn't die? Where is he? Why isn't he here? Is he stuck? Is he stepsister suck? You don't need wheat? Wait, I could legit tame it if I just keep jumping on him? That was cap? Oh. Come on, baby. You know you want me. You know you want me. He's over at the portal? Oh. Alright, he could sit there then. Like, I don't think this is working. I think I have to give him something. I think he hates me. Oh, he loves me! Thank you so much, Rose. He loves me, but I can't do anything about it. Ah! Ah! No, no, I didn't mean to hit you! You idiot! You were in my way. Stop. I love you. I love you. Here, eat a pork chop. Does he not eat pork chop? Alright, whatever, bro. I don't know what you want from me, bro. Oh yeah, I could leash him over. That's a good point. I was about to leash the Shep, but I'd rather have a horse right now. For later. Come here. They're plotting on you. Don't go to the portal. Oh. We're trying to tame a horse with wheat? I don't know, bro. Everyone loves trolling. Okay. Here, I got you a friend. Come here. Stupid ass shit, bro. Alright. Where's the leash? The hell happened to the leash, bro? Huh? How do I place the leash down? Did it just glitch, bro? What the hell happened to the leash? Your wolf is at the portal? A pole? I need a pole? Chudo is being DJ. I like this song. I'm not planning anything. I'm serious. Okay, I'll go back to him later. You need a fence? How the hell do you make a fence? Fence. Hey! Let's go. That was easy. I need to make a chest, bro. This is too much. Alright, bro. Just go here. Good shit, Pink. Thank you, guys. Fench. Thanks, guys. Alright, alright. Let's get some chests in here. Like that sexy chest I have. No. I'll never buy your shirts. I'm gonna be 10,000 IQ. You guys are gonna be so proud of me. I'm gonna dig down and have inventory downstairs. Isn't that mad smart? Like, you can't even front. That's what the kids say nowadays. Front. I'm a genius. How deep should I go, though? Oh, this looks pretty good. Gentlemen. Should I be a streamer if you want to? The song you requested? Nice. What is this shit? Why are you looking at me and you're like, bro, this guy is actual shit. I could do so much better. If you are, then yeah, you should become a streamer. Oh yeah, let's do this. Why can't I? You need to always talk as a streamer. If you get a saddle from a chest on a mob spawner dungeon, you'll be able to ride that horse. So let's go. I would love to ride that horse if you know what I mean. Pause. Mr. Jizz? Killer Bee from Naruto. Alright. Yo, what's up, big boy? What's up, baby cheeks? The problem with this is that it looks annoying to look at. Ride and control. Pause. Sam is gonna build a hotel. Also, your spot is gonna go up in value. Right? It's such a good view. Shuro does have a beautiful voice. I like this song. Mr. Cheese. Alright. No one to expect. Alright, bro. Horse, don't go on the bed. You're dirtying the bed, you stupid ass horse. Get off. Oh my god. Where's dog? Dog, come here. Bro. Oh my god. I actually don't like this horse. Come here. You can't go up. Here, come here. Just... Bro. I'm not gonna get your wife if you do this. Get over here. All right, you know what? Fine. I'll make a path for you. Are you stuck? Are you actually stuck, stepsis? I'm not gonna do that with you. Oh! I almost hit you, bro. Don't scare me like that. Get over here. Come here. Come here. All right, just sit there. I don't care. You need texture pack? Your game looks yucky. I have on Java. It's kind of dumb that you have to put everything back for Bedrock. Put away your meat. Lol. I want to build around this tree. But I also don't want mobs to come in. It's stuck. Lol. Chop down those annoying ass trees. I kind of like the trees. I want to do a podcast. That's why I was looking at audio interfaces. Look into the one I have. Focusrite Scarlet 2i2. Jared has it as well. It's good for like one person if you're only using 1 or 2 devices to plug in, so it's good. Your meat is the problem. Chill. Just get something basic for now and get a used mix. Mic at Guitar Center. Now, if you're looking for an audio interface, I think Scarlet has really good beginner ones. Shit, I fell. Okay, how build... Oh, God. I need to find a way to cover this up. Oh, trap doors. I could do trap doors so I could just fall in, right? That's a thing. Yeah, you're right. I'm actually going to break all these annoying trees. I'll get wood. And mobs won't be able to, like, spawn in and be annoying. No, I need another... Wait, I thought you get 2 leashes from the... I thought you get 2 leashes from those guys. I need to get another leash. Yeah, Focusrite. Wait, what did I say? Your house looking nice so far. Thanks. I don't know if you're trolling, but thanks. Clear out the trees? Yeah. Yeah. We don't care about the environment here. Let's go. You missed the other leash? No way. Did I actually? Do you think it's still there somewhere? It was like somewhere here, right? Get over here, cow, so I could kill you. I don't have another leash, so I can't get you right now, cow. Where's the other leash? Did someone else pick it up? It was somewhere here, right? Whoa! I should probably lighthouse my whole land. It despawned by now, probably. Oh. I was looking at the Focusrite Vocaster too. I don't know what that is. How much was it? But yeah, I did mean Focusrite. Not on the tree. We don't like trees. I feel like building a tree house would be really cool, but at the same time, like, fuck the trees, you know? And the environment. Just wanted a girl to make me smile. Alright. Let's get rid of this dirt so mobs can't just jump into the house here. We don't want this tree here either. We're gonna need more light sources later. Extra large jungle tree for a treehouse. Yeah, I might do a treehouse later. I think for now I'll chill here. I mean, I like how it's turning out, I guess. Ah! Oh shit, this would be really bad if I got stuck down there. Okay, no one is sleeping. Can you guys, like, leave or sleep, please? Or should I just survive through the night for once? Build a tower. Raid that hotel. $300? Oh yeah, that is pricey. I think it'll always be pricey. Oh shit. Like clear bright tower. Aw. Somebody needs to make a redstone gambling machine. Oh! Fucking kids, bro. I want to kill you more than anything else. I hate kids. Just kidding. Shit. Sleep, please. Yes, I will sleep. We need everyone to sleep, though. If not everyone sleeps, I'm gonna die by a creeper right now. I have Audio Technica ATR 2100X. That's a good mic, if that's the one I'm thinking of. Audio Technica makes decent mics. I have SM58, which is like a standard. And I have the Blue Yeti. Come on, one more person, sleep.
Redstone gambling machine casino. Is that a thing you could do?
I will build a tower like Clear Bright Tower. I remember that. That was cool. I'm not gonna raid any hotel. Not until I have something. I have to make allies and stuff. I'm not going into war until I become a better player. And I could do shit, you know? I want to have an army of dogs and shit. That would be so cool. Bro, who's the third person? Bruh. Please sleep or leave for a sec. You can? Redstone gambling. Thank you. Thank you, Whisker. Ah, what's love got to do with it? Clear Bright Tower didn't even take that long, really? Oh, I thought it did. Alright, we need to find another merchant. And steal a... Oh! And get... we need more of you guys, but we need to get a merchant. I'm not trying to drag you guys all the way there, bro. It's mad work. What's love got to do with it? Got to do with it? Oh, shit. Ooh, all gold? I know gold is not that good, you guys said, but... Or, like, not that durable, but... What's love but a second-hand emotion? Let's go. When a heart can be broken. Alright, this is fun. This is fun. I need to make a sexy-ass house like that. I can't believe we have a horse and a doggo already. Guys, should I go get the dog that's suffering there? I'm gonna go get him. He probably misses me. I got fancy pants, right? Let me put it on. Let me go get my doggo. I didn't know she was still alive. Wear that gold pants? I am, baby. I am. Let's go. Got to do with it. What's love but a second-hand emotion? What's love got to do with it? Got to do... Ooh, look, a farm. Oh, I shouldn't... Whoa, whoa, whoa. I didn't do that. That was already like that. Where's the shit? Where's the shit? Where's our shit? I didn't do that. Did I actually do that? I hope I didn't do that. Jesus. Yeah, I fixed it. Look at their crib. I can't, bro. DNL said if I look at his crib, he said not to, which means he'll kill me. I'm a weakling right now, okay? I'm a nerd. I would get killed, so... I can only look at the crib of those that allow me. Nah, but I kind of want to look at someone's crib. I don't even know which one's is DNL's, so technically... I'm not doing something wrong if I look at someone's crib, right? Like, what is this? This has a chest with, like, nothing good in it, so... Oh, Doggo is back home. Okay, good. Wait, if you could die here... Ugh, I gotta go get my doggo without dying now. How the hell do I do this shit, bro? Alright, we gotta go around. Oh, this sounds good. And it just stopped, okay. Alright, where's doggo? I made him sit. Leather boots let you walk over it? Wait, really? Oh, that's kinda cool. Bro, how did I not see you, girl? Alright, come. Are you hungry? Wait, why are there two... Huh? Did you teleport? Did the other one oh, you teleported. Alright, let's go back home. Should we steal anything? Bro, they don't even have... Oh! Ender Pearl. Nah, I'm not gonna steal it. I don't know whose it is. If I knew whose it was and they were offline, maybe I would steal it. Yeah, thank you, Chi. I believed you. I went back. Damn, Rose. You want to be like... Bro, if you played D&D, you would be, what's it called? I can't make drama right now, okay? I'm not strong enough. Look at their farm. I'm not gonna look at anything. Oh, there's someone. Should I kill them? They have no armor. Who is that? Doggos. I'm gonna keep you at home. I don't want you to be involved in this. I don't know who that is, though. I can't tell from here. Hey! Who's going to my house? Hey, Dinell. Hey, Chi. Hey, don't shoot me. Stop. Stop it. I can't kill Rose. I'm weak. They all have... Look at him. He has a diamond sword and shit. Stop. Bro, you're in the way of my dog. You spelled it wrong. It's SR. Bro, I hate this game. Hello. Hi. My horse is trying to escape. Okay, bye. Bro, it's too scary being around people now. I'm too scared. You need to customize my... Oh, you don't like the Steve skin? I had a customized skin. I had a bunch of stuff, but it was on Java. I don't want to recreate everything for Bedrock. It just seems annoying. Look at Darkslayer. True. Should I join? I don't know if it's Dinell's server, so you gotta ask Dinell. How do I keep falling? All right, guys. I feel like I'm a loner. Is that bad? Should I make furnaces downstairs as well? I feel like I should. I feel like I really should. I should also make a shovel to make this easier. I also want to be able to jump. Alright, we're gonna put this shit here. Boom. Boom. On hard mode, I would survive for like 1,000 days. It wouldn't be interesting content, no. It would be too easy. Is there any other reason to use coal? Like, should I save up coal for something else? We'll go get rid of some more shit. Get rid of some more trees here. Skins I have are paid. I got the mine coins for them for free, but they do cost. Oh. We should see how many... Oh, I heard the same message twice. Yeah, I'm not paying. I already paid for this game. I'm not paying for anything else. What are you, cray-cray? Get out of here, you stupid trees. Trees don't spawn back, right? Or do they? You know, if you die in hardcore in Java, your world gets deleted? Damn, really? That's actually crazy. Okay, I cannot reach that. Come on. So much wood. Alright, there we go. Oh, I was saying it's Dinell's server, so you're gonna have to ask him. Wait, when did I get 3 dogs? The hell? Wait, is that my first dog from like so long ago? Holy shit, bro. You're still alive? Man, we're getting a family here. It's beautiful. Why did I put it all in one place? Alright, this is good though. We need food. I know, right? We got 3 doggos. I'm sure you'll survive. Okay, doggo. We're gonna get a house for you and everything. It's gonna be sexy. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be very nice. Your place cramped up right now? Bro, you always complain in Rose. Watch, it's about to turn amazing, okay? About to be insanely amazing. Dinell. I don't know if Dinell can hear. What the hell is that? Oh wait, I saw that before. Still don't know what it is. Oh yeah, it's a penis, right? An emerald penis. Oh, look at these trees are so annoying. I'm trying to get rid of all the trees surrounding first Rose, that's why. And then I will expand. I like this tree. It's like adds a nice thing. But I don't want mods to like climb a tree and then like get in my house. I mean, technically I could just build a roof with it, but oh, okay, you're still here. Yeah. Who built that? Liam and I. There you go. Let's do that. All right, things are looking good. I'm gonna have to strip mine soon. I just want to have a house that's like at least a little bit defended, you know? We don't know summer. How tall should I make it? It should be at least so I could jump, right? I could optimize it later. Yo, what's up, Chi? Chi, you wanna fight? Did you see some arrows? Nope. Why, were you trying to kill me with arrows? Oh, I found some wood though. Nope. Get in there. No, I haven't seen any. You finna clap? She. But yes. Bro, what? Why are the dogs so stupid sometimes? Go in the hole. Go in the hole. Go in the hole. I don't trust you guys. You're doing long distance target practice. Who was the target? Bro, I gotta close out my house, bro. These people are trying to kill me. We need the view, though, so we're gonna need glass. Bro, horse, get inside! You stupid ass horse. Go in. You have a neck longer than a goddamn giraffe, bro. Oh my god. Go. You know, whatever. Okay, it's gonna take a while for everyone to sleep, so I'm just gonna not. Best level for is -50. Yeah, I was around there before. We're done. It was 57, people were saying. 57, 58, 59. Alright, let me sleep. Let me sleep. Bro, not enough people are sleeping. Bro, how do you go so far? Horse, stop. You're actually frustrating. Oh. Whatever, I don't care. If you die, horse, that's on you. I'm trying to... When I sleep, not everyone else sleeps. That's annoying about the server. Why they gotta do that? Leave server. I am sleeping. Well, I am now. I thought it was 59. Yeah, people are saying -57, 58, 59. Ethan. Power of love. That's a good song. Bro, I swear to Jesus. I swear to Jesus. Sleep or be gone. Sleep or be gone. Jesus, bro. Someone is... Yeah, it's a good time to stretch. Oh! Oh! My arms feel good from that. Bro. Bro, kick whoever is not sleeping. I'm getting triggered. XD. I want to join. You gotta be around longer, Dinell said. He doesn't know you well enough. I don't like Y level -56. It's literally at bedrock. That makes sense. Do you guys even see that? Barely see it, right? Oh. Oh. Bro, watch it be Dinell who's not sleeping. Yeah. You know what? I'm not sleeping. I don't care anymore. I don't care. It's Timmy. Of course it's Timmy. I'm not sleeping anymore. I don't care. I'm sorry. We got one person who's trolling or AFK, so what are we supposed to do? Give me his blood rose. That is username. Why is this song so low? Finally, horse, you can't escape. All right, we're gonna make the thing here. How many people? When you need one more person to sleep, I'll sleep. We're gonna make this little, and then we're gonna add doors later to make it a bigger house. But for now, we're gonna make it, a little bit smaller here. I think you mean Janelle. Yes, I did mean Janelle. I apologize. What does that sound? Oh, God. Bro, shit is coming up. Bro. I don't have enough to make a house. God damn, bro. Isn't it sleeping 2 blocks from me? Oh. We don't have enough people sleeping. Alright, I have... Should I just make blocks and do oak logs? Just mix it up for now? I think I might just do that. I'll fix it later. Because we need to close this shit, bro. We're gonna have a glass thing too for a nice view. Move, you horse. You whore. See what I did there? Thanks for the lurk, Churo. Arigato gozaimasu. Yeah, we don't have enough. We're gonna be getting off of this soon and doing some community games, by the way. For those wondering. Of course everyone stopped sleeping, because one person wouldn't sleep. What do you expect, Big Meat? What a sexy name, too. Well, I should make a door there. Alright. Well, I want to jump. Why would I put this shit here? Big Meat. You're the only one. Alright, this is what we're gonna do. Alright. That is not what I meant to do. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make another layer. And then we're gonna... okay. What am I doing? Ah! Shit. We're gonna make another layer here. I wanted to take out that tree, bro, but... ah! Loser! 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 Alright, good. Kick him out? Aren't you the server person? Maybe I shouldn't use this. I'm gonna use wood. Since I already... Are you kidding me, bro? Don't destroy it. Don't destroy my fucking house. Ah! No! Oh, he didn't. Okay, good. Timmy is gone? Okay. I can't let mobs come in either, right? Okay, there we go. It's looking like something. Whew. 2 more people need to sleep. Rick Astley? Bro, why is this music so low? Oh, it's because it's SpongeBob. Did you put the same song twice? I'm gonna skip. I'm sorry. It's too low to hear also. I apologize. Alright, cool. Let's take this shit out. I thought Dinell was the admin. I don't know. I'm gonna... oh, Jesus, that was powerful. I'm gonna make a door. But before I do that, let's get rid of the remaining trees so mobs can't get in. Well, and also we get wood, which is nice. Alright, cool. This is good. This is what we're gonna do here. Until I make enough doors. Just gonna break that. What's up, doggo? Damn, we are kind of cramped here, aren't we? We're gonna build a roof so spiders and shit can't get on. So we're gonna. Should we do cobblestone and then make it I could jump here, but I want it to be taller. We're gonna make it too taller. And I definitely need to go underground. Let's go. And I'm falling. I need to close this shit off too, so mobs can't get in. I need to mark this shit too. So let's go. Oh fuck, I'm gonna forget. Let's go. Okay, all I need to do is close this actually. I could just do that. Oh, that's actually fine. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go get some torches, baby. Bow, wow, wow. Sitting here waiting for you. This is a nice song. We need coal, charcoal. And you guys said the best way to get charcoal is through trees. But I already have a good amount, so let's just use what we have first, yeah? Bro, are you serious? Okay. Torches, yes. Then we'll go back to the chest. We'll put some of this stuff in here that we're not going to use for some time. Falling. We got a lot of wood. That's probably enough for underground if we need. What was that noise? That? I just do that sometimes. I gotta spice it up, right? Or else it's gonna be too boring. Trees are the only way to get charcoal? How? What are you talking about? Look how much charcoal I got not from trees. I'm a pro player. Is there anything else you could use charcoal for? Falling. Should I get more light? Light is important for stripping and mining. So, yeah, let's get more. Oh, is this not coal? The hell? Oh, I need more sticks. Sticks and bones. Why is it capped? There we go. That's coal. Oh. I keep saying charcoal. I mean coal. My bad. My bad, guys. My bad. I'm like all over the place. The hell is this? A block of coal. Ooh, item frames will be useful, but not right now. Just do that. That. I want light sources, so we're going to keep that. We don't have iron. So we're going to keep this shit here. We don't need sticks. If we run out of lights, then we run out of light. Oh, we do have iron. What the hell? I'm retarded. I mean, I'm stupid. I can't say the R word. 1 coal of charcoal can cook up 5 to 6 foods. Oh. I'm just gonna use wood here. Oh. Let's do this. Look how smart I am. I'm gonna do that so it's faster. Alright, what else do I need? I think that's good. Cook 8 food? Oh, damn. Okay, I don't have a roof, but that's what I want to mine for as well. I want to mine to get more resources to make a roof. So that's going to be a thing. It makes more food now than it used to? Oh, that's cool. We're gonna put this here. This here. This here. Wait, why can't I put the 64 here? Okay. I guess we don't need a stone sword. I'll just keep it in case. Put the sticks back here. Okay, cool. It's always been 8? Oh. I need them. I need it though. You know, it's good. And we're just gonna keep the wood in there for now. And what can we make? We need to make iron armor and shit, right? Stone sword for backup. True, true. I need to make another shit here. Bro, you're in the way. Come here. Oh, you're such a bitch. Okay, we're just gonna go here and get the... There we go. Let's go, chest plate. Oh, that's literally all we were able to make. Alright, I'm gonna keep the gold until the gold goes away. Let's do this! Da-da-da-da. Wait, what was it here? There we go. Okay. I don't want to break my shit there, so... I think I'll do it like this. I've never heard this song. Okay. We're gonna do like a thing that spirals down. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like that's cool, and that's what cool kids do. Wait, where's the stone I've been picking up? Alright, let's put that shit there. It's wood, kid? It's wood, kid? What does that mean? It's wood, kid? Isn't this a cool way to make a thing? I feel like this is a thing people do. I remember doing it before. That's what she said. That's what sweats do? Oh, really? Hell yeah, let's go. Make a great Bond song, but it's from Arcane. Bro, I need to watch that show. Is it worth watching? Bro, my back is not straight. Just like me. Now I'm straight. Unfortunately. Bars. Alright. What am I saying? Alright, let's do this. I know I'm getting tired when I'm saying weird shit. Is this good? Ooh, look at that. Ooh, 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 ooh. Definitely. Alright, cool. More than worth watching. I've watched it 5 times. Wait, really? Holy shit, is that good? I want to watch it now. Doubling down. Ah, nope. Doubling down. You love it? This music sounds nice. Free food? I don't want no free food. I'm not gonna get a handout by the government. And when I say government, I mean by Joctor. I'm just joking. I've only watched it once though. That's fine. I mean, I tend to only watch shows once. I don't know about you guys, but I unless I'm watching it with someone who hasn't watched it, then I'll watch a show again. Yo, we're at 69. I should stop. I feel like it's so hard to find iron. It's crazy. Say goodbye. It actually sounds so good. Na na na. All right, let's see. Oh, it's gonna take a really long time to get all the way down, huh? But I feel like it's worth it, right? Oh, that was not what I meant to do. Oh, wait, that is what I meant to do. Yeah, I'm gonna get that coal in a second. I just want to make sure I'm not, gonna die, you know? Doubling down. Doubling down. I should have made more pickaxes. If I joined the server, I would be making all sorts of farms. Yeah, I do want to make farms, but I want to get more leashes to make. I want to have an animal like shit, you know? I do want to do farms as well, though. Farms are definitely important. But I want iron, like, pickaxe at? Oh. It's a cave. Who put this shit on? Shit, I don't want to die. All right. I gotta mark this cave somehow. We're no strangers to love. All right, I'm gonna mark it like this. I like that. I want a karaoke stream with Bing. Hell yeah! Well, we're gonna do a subathon on Monday, and I plan to do a karaoke. To go to a karaoke place. I was gonna go with one of my friends that it would have been so cool. I haven't seen him since I've been in Japan. I met him in Japan. He lives in Cali now, but he's not coming over to New York. Dirt you. Wait, why can't I jump here? Bro, this actually takes forever to go back up. It's kind of annoying. I'm getting a headache. Maybe it wasn't a good idea. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to that cave soon. This is a blood rose. Oh shit! Wait, I want a leash. Can I have a leash? I want to kill your animals. I do. Who is Blood Rose? Is that you, Timmy? Wait, oh, can I kill one of them? I just want the leash. Do you allow me? Yeah? Yo, I love you. Oh shit. Be careful, be careful. There's a skeleton. And a creeper. Oh man. Alright, I'm good now. You could go with the other one now. Thank you. Good luck. Do you ah! I don't want that shit to explode my base, bro. No, no, no. Die! I'm a beast. Die. Let's go. Sleep. I only have one bed. Do you have another bed? I could sleep. I'm gonna go sleep. Whee! You're the only one that's not sleeping, bro. That's what happened before. They had to kick you out. Do you have a bed? Nah, I don't want the llama. It's okay. Fuck llamas. Oh. Thank you, though. Bro, I can't stop looking at this penis. It's the best view I have. If you up, never gonna let you down. I kind of want to kill it now, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna kill it. If that's okay. If it's not, I apologize. Oh, wait, you didn't want me to kill it? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you... Here. You could have the leash. For memories. Keep it? Okay. Should I kill you? You want a stone? Yeah. I'll give you one. Here you go. Check ping pong stream if you want to be on the same page. Wait, Rosie is. Yeah. Rosie. Rose is. Wait, is that Rose or is that Timmy? That's Timmy, right? You have any leftover ice? I don't have ice. The hell? It's me. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's why you said you fuck her. My bad. It's Blood Rose. That's such a cool name. Alright, I think I could finish the roof now. Rose ain't in here. Gotcha. Can I finish this? Get out of here, you spider. Wait, they could climb up here, right? Oh, I don't have. Hey! Get out of here, you asshole. Piece of shit. I'm just gonna kill you, bro. I don't like you around me. Get out of here. Wait, I'm done. What would happen? My enemy. Unless there's 2 roses. Oh no, there's a rose in chat. That's why. Alright. I'm gonna finish up this shit. Hopefully. I don't know if I'll have enough. Rosie is a friend from Liam's stream. Yeah, there's Rosie. But then there's also Rose who's in chat right now. There's a lot of people named Rose on stream. I am I. You're good, bro. So if you love me, lonely, not love me, god damn it. Making a goddamn fortress, baby. I'm gonna make a moat and everything, bro. Do I? You're mine. I mean, it's yeah, you could use it. There's not much there though, but can you please remove the lava? DNL did say not to walk in, so you know, that's a bit on you. I figured he put some shit there. There's a cave where I put the light. With you. Just make sure it's an organized cave, you know what I'm saying? I mean mine, if you use my mine. The hell? Where am I? Jesus, it's actually so far. Okay. You didn't see the message? Oh. What the hell? Whoa. Wait, was I here? Oh, this is what I was looking at before. Did I explore this shit? They don't know. Nah, there's not much here. I'll just keep doing my shit until I go to a bigger area. Take me down. Oh. Wait, no, I wasn't gonna be mining here. I was gonna be alright, whatever. I was making a thing, bro. Wait. There we go. It's fine. Oh, you went through a painting and died? Now we all know. Alright. Wait, this is good, right? You're good. You could keep mining there. It's fine. I'm just gonna keep going down. You didn't die? Nice. I hope you got some trees so you got some torches, bro. Did you see a death message? Well, I saw DNL saying don't. No, I did. I didn't. All right, listen. I'm not looking at the. I have to look at the chat, and then I have to look at the real chat, and then I have to look at the game, and then I have to like you know, being a streamer is so hard. Not really, but you know, I had to do all that stuff. All right. Don't you go. All right, we're almost. Let's go. Let's go. Now I just need fucking iron. So much coal. Isn't there a rapper, something J. Cole or something? Wow, that's a lot of coal. Iron! Let's go! Let's go! Hell yeah! I can't see anything here. There's only like 2 pieces of iron. Where's my other pick? Oh. Where'd the other pick? It was right there. Yes, more iron. Iran. Okay, this is good. This is progress, baby. And then we're gonna make farms and shite. Okay. Wait, is this the whole thing? It is, okay. I want to be careful here. I'm gonna block this shit off. Just gonna keep going. Guess I'm not walking through any more random paintings. Good idea. I like this song. All right, all right. We're at 40. What do we need to be on? Minus 59. Jesus. And wait, I could build like a water elevator to go up and down, right? Like that's a thing. Yeah, I gotta get more freaking stone pickaxes. Time to get a headache. What the hell? Joda's GM. Wait, what happened here? Did you end up building something here? You did, right? Timmy, wait, did you close it off? What happened? The mine that you were working on. Oh, you're still on it. You just... I don't know what's going on there. I filled it in? Oh, okay. I'm gonna fill in the other area of it then. If that's okay. Just so no mobs come, you know what I'm saying? Oh, shit. Alright, that's... Behind me? Oh, okay. Do you have any leftover ice? What is this ice? Ice, ice, baby? Oh. Sky. Come on, my sky. Yes, no, 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 it doesn't. Come on. Ayo, let's go. Sorry, dogs. I'll get bones for you, so you... I'll let you guys have sex later, okay? Just give me a sec. I don't really want to mine the whole time, but I feel like I need to mine until I get certain stuff. Oh yeah, Iran. I should make a iron pickaxe and some stone pickaxes. That was the plan. I forgot. And then we'll go back. Would water freeze in this areas? Na, 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 na. All right, we'll make. You know what? We'll make all 4 because I'm a dumbass. Let's just do. I don't know why I did that. And we put this back in. We'll put this one back in. We'll put this back in. I don't want too many things, you know? Oh, I was carrying around the lassos. That's not good. Don't really need the axe, but I'll keep it as backup. And boom. Last thing here, we're gonna get... No! Oh, I just need sticks. I was like, no, I don't have enough. What? There we go. There we go, baby. We're gonna use up this shit, bro. We gotta mine faster than Speedy Gonzalez, baby. Alright, now let's run down. Oh, I should probably bring a bed with me, too. Or no, I could just leave the server. Whatever. Joctor is sleeping right now. Timmy, leave the server so everyone could sleep and it could become daytime if you don't have a bed. Thanks, bro. Sleepy time. Ayo. Okay, you can join back in now. Perfection. All right. All right, this is good. We're getting down to minus 58. I want to make pathways. I think this tunnel's kind of shit. I think I should have made it bigger so I could make a water tunnel to go up and down, right? Oh yeah, let's use this also. La 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 la. Ooh, copper. If there's copper, is there a bigger chance that there's something else nearby, like iron or something? Or it doesn't like link to each other. Oscar, yes, no more destiny. This is a good song. All right, now we're gonna fill this shit in, cause fuck that shit. Wait, what the hell? That shit? Yeah, there we go. That's good. And we're gonna build a little more. So much copper, bro. I don't know how much I care about copper. But I'm mining it. I feel like I found more copper than any other mineral. It's a bit frustrating, but it is what it is. I wish I could find, you know, Irin. Demons. You know, that's fine, I guess. Wait, okay, where did I come from? Kanaijo. We came from here, okay. I'm gonna break this. Copper is good building material. Okay. Then it's worth me taking it then, I guess. Alright. Whoa, what happened here? Alright. Oh, I thought that was a cave for a second. Maybe we can trade copper for iron? I'm down. Or, you know, lack of death. I'm down. I just keep finding copper. I'm down to trade that. That seems like a good trade for me. Do you actually need copper? Or are you just trying to be nice? Copper is more common than coal? Yeah, well, it seems that way. Wait, do people really need that much copper? Wait, never mind. I'm not trading it. I think I'll need it later, yeah? I'm not trading copper. I'm such an asshole. But it's so common though, no? You need it for the bridge. All right, give me iron. I give you copper. Oh, I found iron. I don't need your I don't need your iron. But if it's for the bridge connects me to society, so it seems like a good thing. You need tons of it for building? I do want to use it for building. Actually, I don't know how it looks for building, but yeah, there we go. Copper is fairly useless. Just need a lot of it for large builds. Gotcha. Can't use it for gear or anything really. It's just... Yeah, but I mean, you don't need much iron either, right? Just in the beginning. I'll do that trade though. I'll give you guys some iron. The bridge is a community project. It connects me to the town, so I'll take it. I'll give you copper for iron. 1-to-1. You can make it any color. Oh, holy shit, that's sick. That's actually really cool. Copper block is very pretty. Oh, then I'm happy I'm mining it. I am mining it, right? I'm not mistaking it for something else. No, you can't. You can't what? You can't do any color? Or 1-to-1 is not good? I'm almost on negative. Sure, it's orange or greens. It's oxidation. Oh, that's cool, actually. That makes sense. A block of iron for a stack of copper? No. What? No, never mind. Bye. Who do you think I am? I don't want to do that shit deal. Let's put this here. Boom. Wait, this is just gonna keep falling. I need to build it with copper's insanely common. That's a bad trade on Dinel's end. Fine, 2 blocks. Is it that common? All right. Wait, what do you mean by blocks? Like 2 ingots? I don't know what 2 blocks means. All right, whatever. I'll do the 2 blocks. I trust you guys that it's fair. I'll get you guys copper for 1 block. That's a good deal. Block of iron for 32. 1 iron ingot. I feel like that's nothing. Is copper really that common? Ooh, I just found more iron. You know what, bro? How about this? I will donate iron, okay? As long as there's a truce. You know, I want to make the bridge nice. You know, I want to make it You know, the bridge is gonna be my bridge to you guys. You get it? But because I live in the hills. So, what do you say? We don't need iron, just copper. Yeah, I'll give you copper. For free. If we're just at, you know, we're just don't kill me, and you know, let me trade in the village in the future. With fortune, 1 copper ore gives like 20 copper. Holy shit, that's actually crazy. No, I will donate. I don't need iron. I will donate. This is a community project. I'm a nice person sometimes. Not that I have so much to donate, but you know. Actually, since you have a lot of iron, I'll take the iron. You said you have a lot of iron. 1 iron ingot for a full stack of copper. Let's do it. I'm gonna be a miner, just like all those kids EDP was going after, so I might as well trade it. I mean, what? Bro, I need to make an elevator or something. This shit's gonna get frustrating. Real quick. Jump. Let's go. Alright, we're gonna go trading, doggies. Stay indoors. Don't let anything kill you. Be right back. 1 stack of copper for an iron ingot. Yep. Let's do it. Where are you, bro? Oh, I made this way too big. That's what she said. Alright, this is my only way of getting out of my house for now. Ow. Alright, where are you, bro? I'm gonna meet you at the bridge, if that's okay. Imgit. I'm at the bridge. Let's go. Gonna eat some food, too. At my home? Oh, not... You allow me to enter your home? Alright, I'll go in. Let's go. This is your home, right? The big ass shit. You should make it easier to get to, but how the hell do I get there, bro? The hell's going on here, bro? Oh my god. Your home is so far. My dogs are lonely. But it's okay. It's for a trade. It's worth it. Oh my... Was that the easier way to go up? There's like a bridge here. I brought all of my copper. It's not much. It ain't much, but it's something. Alright, I'm here. Where are you? You got 1 lonely horse here. Maybe ours should mate. Where are you, bro? Oh, there you are. Okay. Alright, let's trade. Stop. Oh. You really don't want anyone in your house, huh? Alright, I don't trust you. You're too trolly. So I'm gonna throw 1 stack here. Don't get close to me. Don't get close to me. You throw 1 iron. We'll trade 1 at a time. And throw an iron down. I'll throw you another stack after. Okay. Thank you. Alright. Wait, I'll give you here. This is almost a stack full here. Anymore. She is behind you. The fuck is that, bro? That's not alright. Oh, you gave me so much. Thank you. Alright, bye. That's all I have. I gotta get home before the sun gets down, or I might die. My babies are missing me. I'm such a dumbass. I didn't realize which way my home was. I had to look at my compass. Come on my piss. Damn, I need to make a boat, bro. Well, I guess that's what the bridge is for. Wait, I'm such a dumbass. Why am I going down? Oh my god. Oh. Hey there. God damn it. All right. Hi, chicken. Bye, chicken. Oh, the babies don't give you anything, right? Oh, I'll go sleep soon. You know what? I'll just leave. I'll just save and quit. I'll give you guys 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6. 2, 1. I'm joining back in. Bap. I hope it's daytime. Bap. It is. Let's go. All right, doggies. I'm sorry you slept without me. Sorry, not sorry. Damn, someone died. No, JK. Let's go. Everyone's back in. All right. Do you reckon? I don't know where you are, Chi, but... Oh, shit. Mobs could get in here. I kind of screwed up with that, huh? All right, we're gonna make the roof here, okay? This is too much already. We're gonna make the roof. Get some wood in here. We want that white wood, because white is right. White might is right. Just kidding. I don't think we have enough. But it should be decent for now. It's gonna be a freaking tall ass shit. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I like wood. There we go. What the hell happened here? Okay. Shit, I don't have enough. We do not have enough. I just got a text. My mom said hi. Guys, what do I say? Alright, get out of here. No! Such an idiot. Did I break it? Oh, that was the last piece. Okay, good. But I think it is dead. Pump in Jake's room. I think someone is sleeping over tonight. Ooh. Probably my uncle. He sleeps over sometimes. Okay, this might be good. This is looking like something. Let's go. Oh, which trees give this? Do I have to kill those sexy looking trees down there? Whatever. Alright, guys. I think I'm gonna end it here. And we're gonna go to community games. Oh, I want that block. Whatever. My doggos look like they're chilling. All 3 of them. I got wood in here for days. And life is good. Let's save and quit.
Hello there.
In his room. Hello there. Base is looking godlike. Thank you. We just actually stopped. My mom keeps texting. We just stopped with the base. Because Minecraft, okay? No one likes Minecraft. No, it's actually kind of fun, but I don't think it's the best content. We're gonna do some community games now. How you doing, though, Spicy? Long time no talk. Lol. Just kidding. Minecraft was popping today. Yeah, you had a lot of people in there, right? Well, because you got... Bro, I got you more people in the server. You see how amazing I am? You're welcome. Let's do some community games. I think Gartic, because everyone loves Gartic, so we'll do that. Gotta build up the area a little more. Yeah. How you doing, though, Spicy? Gartic phone. I'm gonna go pee-pee. Come join the fun. Gartic phone, there we go. Excuse me, Minecraft is amazing. It's fun, but I don't know if it's the best content. But but I'm glad you were enjoying at least. Are you okay with me giving you a gift? It depends what the gift is. I'm good. I ate too much food though. Oh, that sucks. I'm gonna keep my PP in since you guys are talking. Oh, I feel bad.
With Spectrum TV and HGTV, tear
No
into
way.
your favorite home reno and revamp shows.
No
at home
way.
or on the go.
Shut up. Oh my god, that's what you guys meant by the ads. In Minecraft. Yeah, it depends on the gift. Because if you're trolling and you're saying like TNT, then I don't want that gift, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. I love your Minecraft streams because Minecraft is 1 to 3 games that you play that I'm familiar with. Oh, okay. That makes me happy. It's not a troll. It's actually a gift. Okay. Can you tell me what it is? You're making me want to go back on the server. I'm happy about that, at least, Ethan. We will be playing Minecraft during the subathon, so that should be fun. We're gonna be playing a lot of games during the subathon. I'm gonna go pee-pee, so I'll be back. I apologize. Oh my god. Thanks, guys. Oh my god, I think I just broke my voice. That was sexy. I hope I didn't scare anyone away. I scared everyone actually with that. Anyway, shots. It's gonna be great. Give sub or hot sauce. Let's go. Next, fuck. Sam shouts out everywhere he goes. He should. The reason I made it so it's only mods can shout out is because it makes. So this should be fine. All right. This is so hard. It's gonna be full of spelling errors. I know, right? Not me though, because I was a former English teacher in Japan for 2 years. But you know, whatever. You know, it's fine. You know, you guys will probably screw it up. This is a good song though. I like this song. Tell me you love me, oh, the music stopped in my ears because of my audio mixer. I have to wait 40 seconds because I have the trial version of it. Tell me you need me. She bought a beauty. She bought a booty. That's not what they say. This is hardcore. This is really hard. I already suck at like drawing, so for me it's like whatever. You're racist? Yes. No. Yes. Not to the racist part. to what happened in the game. Oh, never mind. Oh yeah, I lived in Japan. Have you ever watched Boku no Pico? It's quality anime.
Oh, that's hot. That's so fucking hot.
Bro, I gotta figure out how to make more clips show up on that, bro. How do I do that? Here's Gartic if anyone wants to join. If not, we might go to a different game. Because I did promise community games. I'm just getting a little tired. Let me tell my sister, because I know she wanted to play. I'll be there in a moment. Okay, no worries, no worries. Let me message my sister, because she was excited for community games. Playing Gartic now. Okay. I have to figure out Twitch Guru different clips, because it always shows the same clips, right? So that's something that kind of is annoying. Random clip player. Limit 20 clips. And watermarked. Maybe if you pay money, then it comes back. Download your clip. I'm like trying to figure out, like, do I have to pay money for it to gain access? Subscribe to his channel on Twitch, bruh. What a good way to make money. Whatever. It's fine.
Hello there.
She is in here. Let's go. Welcome, Oak Tree 1599. You put the gift in my chest? Thank you. I appreciate it. That's right. A lot of chat was on the Minecraft server, so I kind of feel bad for going to Gartic. Maybe I should have probably pulled it. My bad, guys. I just thought, you know, community games. How you doing, Oak Tree? Would you like to join? Okutori. Yes, please. All right. We're still getting people right now, so here's the link. If you do anything TOS, like drawing penises and stuff, you get perma-banned. Just letting you know, because I don't know who you are. I am not in a VC. And if you draw that type of stuff, you get perma-banned from my channel, and then you get perma-banned from, like, a bunch of other people's channels, because I'm going to spread your name to everyone. But yeah, I'm just saying. Just letting you know. No VC at the moment. Sometimes we do VC, though. But I don't know you yet, you know? I would immediately block. Yeah, they would just get banned. Perma-banned from like a bunch of people's channels. But I just have to say it, you know? Makes sense because you don't know me. Yeah, I just gotta say it. But yeah, this is the link. And hopefully more people pop in. If I streamed, I'd say the same thing. Yeah. I don't like saying it. But it's a necessary thing, you know? Ayo, I just heard a sound. I'm gonna do a new poll. Gartic? Yes or yes? Let's see what you guys do with the poll. Oh, you guys put stuff on the Discord. What is this? Self-promo. Oh, Rasquilla, you're streaming? Let's go. Minecraft. Here's what I'm currently looking at. Jesus! Look at what Rasquilla is working on. I don't know what that is, but that looks sick. That's pretty cool. No one voted for... No? Nice. I always feel so sketchy because I'm like, hey, random person, can I join? Yeah, like, usually I don't care. Like, usually when a random person comes into chat, I'm just like, yo, what's up? But with Gartic, it's like, I've seen one of my streamer friends just have so many random people join and, like, just fucking do TOS stuff. So I've just become more wary, you know? A valley. You would love Hypixel Sky? I would, actually. I've seen PewDiePie play... Tree! I've seen PewDiePie play it. The only reason I didn't get into Hypixel Skyblocks is because I feel like it's fun with people, you know? Especially if there were other, like, people that were noobs and they were potentially streamers. Like, that could be good content, maybe. Alright. We're gonna try to get a few more people in before starting. I think. We got 1 vote for yes, and we got 2 votes for yes. Let's go. Guys, what do you guys think? I just got a message that says, get more money. Here, let me show you guys. Look at this. It says, earn a bigger 55% ad revenue split. Head to Ads Manager and set your ads to 3 minutes per hour. Do I really... Yes, everyone got yes. Do I really want to do 3 minutes per hour of ads? I would have to run ads like twice an hour. Well, right now it's once an hour. And ads don't even give much money. I'm not going to do that. I'm such a nice streamer. What show is this from? Yo! You recognize it? What is it from? I don't remember. Demon Slayer. By the way, if you want to put music, you're more than welcome to. Skyblock got really boring for me. I defeated Satan. Is that the boss? But their balance changes were kind of shit. I'm sub, so I don't care. Good point. Subs wouldn't care. That's a good point. Yeah, but you know. You know, well, I guess it takes off pre-roll ads for people coming in. I thought it was Demon Slayer, but I get embarrassed if I get it wrong. That's fine. If you get it wrong, you get it wrong. Welcome, Cha-Cha LeBell. Yo, what's up, Random? How you doing? Greetings. Hello there. Would you like to join Cha-Cha? It was one of their later bosses in the dungeons. Gotcha. How you doing, Random? Yes, of course. Here's the link for anyone that wants to join. Cha-Cha, I've never seen you either. I'm just gonna say a warning. If you do anything TOS, Twitch TOS, you know, that breaks the terms of services, which is like drawing penises or saying like curse words or whatever, then I will need to permaban you, and you will get permabanned on various accounts, various streamer accounts, because I will tell other streamers I know. And I think there's a Gartic Discord. I just have to say that. But yeah. Thanks for the follow, Trey. I appreciate it. Hey, when I dyed my hair, that was nice. Should we do icebreaker since we got 2 new people in chat? That's a good icebreaker, right? Animation. Animation's actually pretty fun. I'm even further than 2 hours ahead. Nice. Damn, you're actually killing it, Chi. Doctor doesn't care anymore. I'm just joking. Doctor and Dinell are pretty close too. Animation solo. I will say, just because it's the first time, should we just do normal? I know I'm not good at drawing. It's okay. I'm bad at drawing too. All right, we're gonna start. I feel like 5 players is a good amount. If people want to join later, you're more than welcome to. We'll just do normal, and then we'll go to other game modes later. Solo isn't so much fun like normal animation. I like animation. I'm going to hit the floor after this week because going back to school. Aw, that sucks. And we're going to do a subathon next week too. So that sucks even more. Cell phone eating a switch control. I like making objects eat each other. What'd you say about Doctor and I? Don't worry about it. You see, you're not paying attention. This is the problem with having mods that are mods for like 10 different channels. I don't even know if Jimmy's streaming actually. Okay, I need to turn off the audio. History. ET phone home. Nice. Oh, he's not streaming. I need to know how to. Nice. Snow, you just seem like you're gonna be annoying, so I'm just gonna ban you. I'm sorry. Are you proud of me, Doctor? Do you know? I don't give people chances as much as I used to. I've become a more strict streamer. ET phone home. It's just too much spam. I can't read chat because chat moves so quickly with that message, you know? Sorry, Snow. ET. How does ET look? You gotta go? You got to do? Alright, I'll talk to you later, Timmy. Thanks for pooping in. Bye-bye. Have a good one. Bro, how does ET look, bro? Like, is that the one with the circle? That's the one with the circle eyes, right? The robot. Like that. Yeah, that's good. And then phone. Phone. That looks... This plus this plus that. Alright, that was good. That's a crazy pick. Thanks for the gift as well, Timmy, if you're still here. I appreciate that. Good morning, Nathan. How you doing? Wow, I got an ad for Notion, which I already used. That's funny. History. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I'm pretty happy about my drawing. The song's mad catchy. This is my favorite song currently. Only watched the first episode of the anime. What anime is that from? Sounded mad catchy. Oh, Yuri on Ice. I scrolled up to see. Nice. I have some friends that love that anime. Like, they get figurines from it and stuff. You have stream turned on audio only? Oh, that's very smart, actually. Nice. Yuri on Ice. Yeah, I've heard it's good. It looks very beautiful. This is funny. Nice drawing, thanks. You want to join, Nathan, for next round? And I'm glad to hear you're doing good. I'm doing well as well. I love this song. Oh, Oak Tree. I lived in Japan for 2 years, which everyone loves to hear about. If you were curious, and if you were curious, Cha-Cha or anyone else, you gonna play Genshin? Fair. Freddy with cheek. I don't know what that is. Like Freddy. What is that guy's name? Frank. I shouldn't say it out loud, huh? I get it. The bear. Okay, I got this. You got mine? Nice. I'm gonna do it so bad, I'm sorry. You don't know what you got? Oh. Doesn't he have crazy teeth? And then he has like a weird body. PP, retell the story of me going to Japan? Wait, which story? I lived in Japan for 2 years. Damn, these are hard. I don't know how to... I lived in Japan for 2 years, teaching English, and now I'm a streamer in America. I came back home to America, and I became a streamer and a YouTuber. And yeah. Okay, this is pretty good. That's pretty much the whole story. There was a lot of cool stuff I did in Japan, but yeah, all the figures you might see behind me are from Japan as well. Oh, well, you're in audio. If you're in audio only, you can't see it, but I have like I won a bunch of figures in Japan. You're hard at English? You seem fine so far. Why? Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, my sister said I sleep. Probably took too long. I'm not from anywhere. I'm just bad at English. Oh. You seem fine. Oh. Well, I was an English teacher, but now I'm not. You seem like you're good at English. Hi. Oh, you're from Canada, Cha-Cha? Nice. America's better, but cool, I guess. Okay. Brown fly flies by shining sky. Bars, bro. You have to be from somewhere unless you don't exist. That is true. Bro, I got a lot of smartasses in chat. Just like me. Chi, Doctor, Dinao. I don't exist? Yeah, you do. You're an oak tree. Where do oak trees exist? Oh, Am I wrong? I'm a smartass too, so you guys probably get it from me. All right, let's start. Let's see what we got. I had to voice chat the word cheeks. I am Canadian French. So you know French too, right? Telephone eating a Switch controller. That's pretty good, Chi. I like that. The phone switch. Okay, that is the phone switching. Cable of the phone. Kinda. Oh yeah, I banned snow. Hit the floor like a sad pizza. Nice. Oh, if we had the floor here, it would be nice. I got the sad pizza though. That was a nice way to represent sad pizza. Yo, that's so good, random. A pizza sad. Sad pizza. Hit the floor like a sad pizza. Sad pizza. A pizza sad. BRB? Aight. Thanks, bro. It is nice. Anyone who can make the mouth, I don't know, it looks nice to me. Grasshopper at a beach. Nice. With sunglasses. I'm taking French in school next year. Nice. Are you American or well, I guess if you don't want to say, you don't have to say. Cha-cha le belle. How do I say that? Because that's French, right? Oh, that's what that was? Insect tanning in the sun in front of the ocean at the beach. So specific. Oh, this was the beach? I did not get that. Brown fly flies by shining sky. Bars. That's still cool. You got a new 4-star character? Nice. Is it the one that you mentioned on the Discord? American. Wow, you're taking French in school as an American? That's actually pretty cool. French is harder than like Spanish, though. Nice. Toy Freddy? Google Toy Freddy. Plays Tetris on stream. FNAF. Freddy with cheeks. Oh, I see what you mean. Freddy plus cheek. Freddy with cheeks. Oh, you probably heard me, right? Yeah? Nice. In the French... You're in a French school, Cha-Cha? Cool. I need a foreign language before I graduate. Yeah, I had Spanish. ET phone home. Guy plus magnet plus house. No, it's ET. Bro, how do you not see this? Not see? What? Look. You got the eyes, the circle thing. That's ET. It looks just like him. Oh shit, this looks sick, Chi. That actually looks so good. Magnetic house with magnet. Yeah, I drew it. I'm not good at drawing. I did it in my first role for Kazuha. Nice. Alright, now we'll change it up. You need a foreign language before graduating, but you picked French. That's pretty cool. And Cha-Cha is in French school, which is pretty cool. Animation. We had one person say icebreaker, one person said animation. I like animation. We could go to animation. And then we could do icebreaker after. But icebreaker is kind of no? Does anyone want to play? I'll give you 10 seconds to say something in chat.
If not, we'll go with this group. Not solo animation. Is there a different?
Like, is there a team animation or something? Oh. Animation, I like animation actually. Estimate, it even says estimated duration. That's pretty cool. Background? Oh. Gotcha, guys. Thank you for testing it. Is Kazuha rare? Well, if it's a 4-star, that's pretty good. I don't really care for clay, so I've been going for Kazuha. Not solo. My sister did French, so I figured she could help me with it. Oh, that's smart. She didn't pay attention though. I think most people don't remember much. Oh, you create a fixed background? Oh, that's actually sick. You don't really speak English? You're speaking English fine now. Well, watching streams is a good way to practice English, if anything. Kazuha is 5 stars? Oh. I wanna heal, I wanna feel. You speak French? Wait, you don't speak English and you live in Canada? I thought even in Quebec, like, people speak, people speak, I thought even in Quebec, people speak English, no? I didn't know parts of Canada, they don't speak English much. Yeah, but I was gonna say Oak Tree. I think most people don't remember the language they learned in school, which is kind of sad, but it's hard because you're only learning it in school. You're not speaking it outside of school, you know? The 4-star character is already building for him and is doing some good damage. Nice. I wanna heal, I wanna feel something real. Alright, what do we got here? Somewhere I belong. Oh yeah, once again, you guys could song request music. If you have French music that you want to put, that would be cool. I don't know French music, so that would be cool. Some people say English only chat. I've never... had the desire to do that. I wonder why people do. I guess it just makes things easier, but to communicate, which makes sense. I wanna feel something real. You know what? This looks pretty good. I'm happy with this. I wanna heal. I wanna feel something real. I gotta get into the habit of, after ending stream, not going upstairs and eating food, but I think I'm gonna do it anyway. It's just such a good feeling to do it. Today's stream might be a bit shorter than usual. Somewhere I belong. Actually, no, it's probably gonna go on for another 40 minutes-ish. Not sure yet, though. Somewhere I belong. Everyone's concentrating. Oh, there's 10 rounds in this? Jesus. Elode está sing well. I sing well? Thank you. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Oh, since I'm waiting, I'm gonna translate. Now I know why people say English only chat. Yeah, I have no idea what that means, bro. Even Google Translate is like, bro, what are you saying? It's kind of funny. Let's see. Oh yeah, once again, if anyone has ideas for the subathon in terms of games to play and or sub rewards, please let me know. So far we got a good amount of rewards and games to play, but the more the better, I think. To like just think about and stuff, so yeah. Yeah, there is that. Yeah. Oh. I feel like I should do more. You know what? Let me at least edit out the Gartic phone background. Can I not do that? Oh, okay, never mind. What if I use a lighter color? Oh, there we go. And then go back to white. Oh my god, that's genius. Oh my god. Thanks for saying I sing well, though. I appreciate it. What did I want to do? I don't remember. Let's see. Let me respond to Rasquela and what he said on the Discord about the thing he was working on. Oh shoot. Create the animation's first drawing. This seems insane, bro. This actually seems insane. Oh, but it gives you a lot of tools to work with, huh? I don't know what half of these do. There's no fill button. Oh, that's frustrating. That is very frustrating. How could you not have a fill button? Oh. Wait, could I erase parts of it? Huh? Oh, this is the background. I'm stupid. This is the background. So, you're back from a shower? Welcome back. Playing some Gartic right now. Gartic phone. Basically, you draw things and people have to guess what you drew and stuff like that. And there's a lot of different cool game modes on it. Oh, I get it. Oh, this is really cool. I like it. Why would they should just get rid of the animation mode if they have this. This seems so much better. There's no fill though. I still feel like they should add a fill color. I'm gonna make it a little more color. Ooh, soda. This is from My Hero Academy, if anyone was wondering. We get a little wheel here. Oh, that is not what I meant to do. I thought you choose normal animation. Nope. I did not. I've never tried this. I kind of like this one better. Oh, so you made something crazy? Oh no. It's gonna be so hard to do, isn't it? What else can I do there? Oh, I'm just gonna leave it like this. It's gonna be simple. My mission failed. Oh, I'm sorry. You're gonna continue the animation from this drawing. How do I know how much? Oh, I was about to say, how do I know how much is the actual you know, the drawing, and how much is the background? Oh, this is sick. Wait, there's no fill color, right? Yeah, there's no fill color. Oh shit. Oh, this shows the difference. Oh, interesting. Oh. You have less time per drawing, right? Or is that a different game mode? I think that's a different game mode. Sora Mafura? What is that? Up the future. Hello, Jan. I will not provide the link yet. Give me a second. I have to tell you something first. If you do something that is TOS that breaks Twitch terms of service, you will get permabanned, and on my channel and on many other Gartic streamers' channels. I'm not trying to scare you away. I just have to say that before inviting people. You got mine? Nice. Do you understand, Jan PR? I have a I know someone named Jan. So if you understand that, please say yes, and then I will send you the link. Wow. Oh, maybe I should make this more brown. Yes, bro. Okay. Oh, I actually don't have the link. Wait, give me a second. Let me scroll up. Thanks for the follow. Thank you for who followed. Thank you for the follow, Jan. There it is. What's the objective of this game? This specific one is to make an animation. Thanks for the follow, Snappier Frog. Appreciate it, guys. We're gonna continue the animation. Wait, can I see how it... Oh. Draw the best drawing. I guess that's kind of the objective. Maybe. Welcome in. I will say it for you as well, Snappier, since you just popped in. If you do anything Twitch TOS, like drawing a penis or writing curse words that Twitch does not allow, then you will get permabanned on my channel and other streamers' channels as well. Just a warning, not trying to scare anyone. But yeah. Oh, I like this drawing. This is actually pretty unique. I wish the shooting star was not the background, though. Yeah. Wee! Wee! It looks like it's going in his pee-pee. Alright, so... Wait. The comment isn't even part of it? It's part of the background. Random probably. Cover it with blue. Oh, you're so smart, actually. You're actually a genius. You're actually a goddamn genius. いいですか、minasan? Why you broing me? Welcome back from your lurkin. How you doing, Churo? でしょまさかだ。I think it looked like this. ですね Let's get that. Why does it sound like it's from One Piece? Alright, that's pretty bad, but it's something. Unlurk. Yeah, someone used Unlurk successfully. Let's go, baby. Bruh. Yeah, I didn't. I just saw your name. I didn't see what you said. I messed up because I made the shooting star. But somehow I fixed it because you're smart. You said cover it with the blue. I say somehow, but that was a good idea. Sounds like Japanese. This reminds me of great artists on Imgur. Yeah. Thanos snapped. Oh, this is a sick idea. Whoever thought of this. Actually, I like this. Wait, what's the background? Oh, I love how you say random. Oh, I'm gonna have to keep. Oh, it's gonna stay in the background. What if I just do that? And then I add a bunch of specs. Wait, it has to be smaller. Yeah, this is Japanese. Yeah. Ha! If you hear hi, you know it's Japanese. Wait, I made that way too long. Why is this so hard to do? Boom, 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 boom. This might look really cool. Depending on how everyone does it. There we go. Okay. His head is gone. It was mad catchy. What the hell? What is this from? I gotta look this up. That is not what I meant to do. Sorama Furasaka. Oh yeah, that's what you put. Role RPG. Oh, it's RPG. Yeah, it's Japanese. Sora means sky for reference. Mafura means scarf, I think. Saka might soccer? No, I don't know. Sky Mafura. Sky. I just said it. What is that word? What is that word? The thing that goes around your neck? Scarf. Sky scarf sucker? I don't know. I don't know what that means. I like this song. This is also Japanese. By the way, doesn't this look cool? My friend got me this for my birthday. It's just gonna fall. I don't know how to put it on stream. I thought it would be cooler. Oh, I didn't see the animation. I should have paid attention. What is this brown stuff? What is that? I don't know. It's a machine that shoots snowballs out, I guess. Or it's a penis. Which would get you a permaban, so you better hope it's not one. What if it's throwing more? Oh, this is way too big. I promise it's not a penis. I trust you. It's meant to be a bat? Oh. Good try, good try. Everything else looks cool. Oh, what if I do this? I think you were holding, not the drawing. The thing I was holding? Yeah, what is this? That's what I was. It was supposed to be a bat, yeah? I didn't see that. It's now a snowball machine. You got mine? Wait, how could you get yours? That's so weird. This guy's just getting pelted by snowballs. Yeah, that looks good enough. I created the first scene for that, and it is a bat. Oh, you did? Oh. That's funny. Oh, like a bat for baseball. I thought you meant the animal. I was like, that makes no sense. Oh, okay. I understand that now better. I don't have time to fix it. I'm sorry. It's too late. Wait, it's a bat? Well, that's fine. Oh my. Oh, I've gotten this one before too. What the hell happened here? I feel like someone screwed up. This was mine. Yeah, I just got mine too. It took me a second to realize this. Oh no, this is not mine. This is the first one I drew on. I'm stupid. Wait, or was this? Yeah, this was the first one I drew on. Wasn't my background though. Alright. I don't know how to add to this. Someone's gonna have to be creative. Someone's gonna have to be real creative here. Oh, we could add more people in the background. That's kind of cool. That does not look like a person. There's their head. No, we'll add one person here. Kids like Eli need people like you. That's my nickname, Eli. My IRL nickname. Eli. Eli. What is VIP? VIP is basically something that shows that you're a longtime member of the community. It gives you a badge next to your name. And it gives you like one or two things that are cool. For me, it gives you a Discord chat on our Discord server. You'll get a separate chat only for VIPs. And I think you could spam. But, you know, I don't want you guys to spam. Yeah, there you go. That's the one I didn't really want to mention. Smelly it, Elliot. Yes, thank you for spelling my name right. That's the reason I would want VIP. This man's like, can you unmod me so I could be VIP? I remember the lyrics. My name is Elliot. My name is Smelly it. Nice. Pretty crazy lyrics to remember. Ooh. Oh. Wait, that's actually sick. I didn't see the beginning of it, but I love this, man. Good stuff, guys. You guys did good on this one. You said it wrong. Ha, you just got owned. You said it wrong. I feel like if you earn VIP, you earn span. Yeah, it gives you another chance to delete messages. I guess so. If you get VIP, you earn you earn a little bit of spam. My name is Elliot, and I'm very smelly. There you go. You got me. I'm gonna cry. What's Aqua Teen Hunger? Adult Swim? Ooh, Adult Swim. Oh shit, I should really work on this one. This is really cool. Alright, guys. Stop distracting me. Wait, it's bigger than that. That's what she said. What the hell just happened? Okay. There we go. It's so big that you can't see it. That's what she said. Katari. Anata fura. Anata flamingo. That means you're a flamingo. Isn't that the stupidest words to a song? I will read chat. Give me a second. I think this one will actually look good. Unless it doesn't. Oh, I like how it shows the colors that were used in it, by the way, guys. If you didn't notice, on the top it shows the colors used. I need the wings! Those are shitty wings, but... Oh my god. But I don't got time. There we go. That's good enough. I don't know what to do for this. You got this. I don't like spam. One, it's annoying. Two, it gets boring within the next 5 to 10 seconds. I agree. I like that you don't like spam. What the hell is this? Oh! What happened? What happened here? Jesus. I've never heard this song. I'm not gonna lie. Aqua Team, we make the girls scream. Spam is good. Like, watch. Stop. Stop, Tina. Oh, what is this song? I don't know what I'm drawing. I already don't remember the color. It's gonna be huge now. I continue, but you get the idea. I do. This is Korean, right? What if I just do this? Darker man. They want darker mans. Nice. Michelin star. Star at the bar. Chat flooding from lots of viewers is one thing, but one person spamming the chat seeking attention is another thing. I agree completely. That's the mindset of a good mod right there. Which Dinel is not in the mindset of. Nah, Dinel just trolls a lot. Is this becoming a cupcake? This is Korean? Nice. Ethan seems like a good replacement right about now. I was joking. Good mod who I can't find one. Oh, burn, baby. Good point, Chi. Alright, there's one more round. Sorry for those that are waiting so long, if you're still waiting. Kimchi. Kimchi. Kim Jong-un. I don't know, Korean. She really wants to be timed out. And you really want to be unmodded. Just kidding. Oh no. Alright, this is the last one, so this is gonna be the easiest thing to do. Boom. Huh? It doesn't let me delete it. The hell? Am I going crazy? What if I paint it in white? Oh, then it's okay. Oh, that's the background. That's why. But if I paint it in white, we should be fine. Thanos snapped. I deleted the S from snapped. All right, there we go. This color. Boom, 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 ba boom, ba boom, boom, ba boom, 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 ba do. I've come to take over. Go for it. Dinel's like, I'm mod for too many people. I'm tired of this shit. All right, there we go. Reflection. Let's go. Let's go. First one done, baby. Thanos napped. No, snapped. I fixed it. I think I'm gonna turn this off. It's not as cool as I thought it was. Boom, it's off. I need to find a way to make this cool, guys. Ooh, we got some reggae in here. I need to like paste this onto the wall or something. I don't know. Crazy, y'all would really choose me for mod. Only applied to you. Wait, what? Only applied to you? What do you mean? Oh, you only applied for me? Hello in? Huh? Oh, is this Adam Sandler? It's not. Why does... It sounds nice, though. I want that. Let's go. They only got mod in many places, but only applied for it with you. Okay, that's what I thought I was saying. I wasn't talking to you, Stream Elements. Yeah, Stream Elements is a bit of an asshole. This sounds mad good, even though it's talking about a piece of shit car. This sounds like the Adam Sandler song. You see, Dino, here it matters. You have to apply. All right, let's see what this looks like. Oh, that actually looks like a baseball. And that looks a little bit less like a baseball, but still looks like a baseball. Random. That doesn't look like a baseball anymore. And okay. Good tries though, good tries. This sounds like Adam Sandler. Am I going crazy? My Hero Academy opening, nice. The hell happened to this guy in the end? What the hell happened to his face? Oh, that's a good bad face. I'm not gonna lie. It looks okay. It could look worse. ET's real name is Ethan, is it? Oh, this is Adam Sandler. Oh my god, I'm so good. I didn't even realize. Bro, cause all his songs sound the same, I guess. Oh my god. ET's real name is Ethan. Fruity Wafaru is Ethan. Hello, I created an account to join. Could I? Yes, but the only thing is if you do something that's Twitch TOS that breaks the terms of service of Twitch, like drawing a penis or saying curse words, writing curse words, then you will get permabans from this channel and other people's channels that play Gartic, like a lot of other people. I just have to give that warning. So if you understand that, then you could join, and I'll send you the link. Don't worry, I read the TOS. His reggae is so good. Good choice, Churo. It is PP. My name is Tree. Ping, is there a place on Discord I can upload the gift? What gift? That Timmy got me? I found an SMP with streamers. Nice. Send me the info on Discord. I'll read about it later. Don't worry, I added the wings myself. I know, it looks cool. I thought that was a cloud, to be honest. It looks like Mario Kart stuff or something. I love how it changed with Tree. Oh, nice. Oh, this actually looks pretty good. The only thing is it jumps from here to there. I love how you did the water stuff. I won't do anything against TOS. Okay. We need gender bend ping for one stream. Your gender bend name is Ellie. I like the name Ellie. I like the face troll. Yeah, I liked that too. GIFs, not GIFs. It's GIFs. It's a portal. Oh, okay. Then it's good. Here's the link for anyone who wants to join. You kept changing the background. Oh, did you do that? This is gonna look so messed up, I think. GIFs, not gift. Oh, GIFs could be in gallery. I thought you were talking about the gift that Timmy did. And welcome back to me, by the way. Oh, the comment hit. Oh, that's so cool. Cha-cha, very nice decision. Tree, nice. Random, nice. Stodu, this makes a lot more sense now. Or chi. It's for your animals. The gift? Nice. Name tags? Did you get name tags? Because that would be amazing. That actually looks pretty good. Everyone here did a good job. I love the angel you added too, Cha-cha. That was pretty good. Even better? Oh. Yeah, this one is great. I should make a channel for Gartic gifts, shouldn't I? I'm gonna make a note of it. Channel for Gartic gifts. That would be cool, right? I changed the background like 20 times. Yeah, but it turned out pretty well. Let's see how it looks in 2 seconds. Oh, that's way too fast. 3 seconds is pretty good. Yo, that's pretty sick. I like that one. All right, Thanos snapped. This is either gonna turn out good or. That's good, Cha-cha. I like that. So many explosion things here. It's not Thanos snapping per se, but it still looks cool. Oh, okay. Oh, did I change the color? I'm sorry. I'm dumb. Random took out more of it. Nice. Cha-cha. That actually looks sick. But it should have deleted some of the guy. Or random. Why say the guy? Oh, I just realized you're saying this is you and you got Thanos snapped. I'm so dumb. I thought you were trying to say you drew it. Why do I have now a face? I don't know. and then you died again. It would have been better if it went all the way down, guys. But good try, good try. This one kind of got ruined. I'm saving up all my PP points for VIP. Nice. It's gonna take a while. One person actually, 2 people redeemed it. That's me. This is a great song. Daniel Yamaka. Sanaka. Spanaka. Hanukkah. Festival of Joy. Look at these muscles, big. Look at these muscles, bro. Hell yeah. You wish you got muscles like this. We're gonna do a subathon next week. So join in for that, guys. I mean, I'm gonna actually get muscles then. I'm gonna work out. You need like 70k more points. Shit. That's a lot of points. Where's my buttons? Wow. Thanks for the hydrate. I'm a very patient person. Fair enough. Yo, wait. I didn't even pay attention. Tree, that was so smart and creative. The only thing I would say is making the green car not in full frame, like starting here, ending here. But other than that, this looks pretty cool. Oh, you guys didn't see the person in the back, and I guess the clouds moved. Aside from that, it's pretty good. Oh, Dinelle, you're joining? Nice. Pink catfishing? What are you talking about? Car crash or not? If it was longer, yes. I sent you the Twitch streamers SMP. Thank you. Save it? Oh, too late. I read that late. Guys! Guys! Welcome, Nightjo. Guys, I was trying to find a job, and someone contacted me for learning English. ESL for Japanese student. They live in Manhattan. Yo, that's so cool! Yo! I'm gonna make some money. Bye, Cha-cha. Thanks for popping in. Nice meeting ya. Bye-bye. We could do a normal round.
Icebreaker?
Icebreaker? Did you get a new house or bedroom changed? I did not. I just added lights and I changed my desk around. My desk used to be there. And now it's here. Get better at your Japanese? Exactly. Oh yeah, guys, join the Discord if you want to interact more and stuff. Ooh, she saved all of them in the Discord. So that's pretty awesome. Thank you, Chi. So you could see them there. I'm gonna try to make a Gartic. I'm gonna make a Gartic channel and try to see if I could automate it so it gets automatically sent there, because that would be even cooler, you know? Nice. Thanks. Yeah, English teaching job. Exactly. I gotta practice a little now. Nice. Your stuff just shifted a little. Did it? Oh, it's fine. Yeah. I'm still in the same room. Hopefully it's a rich family. True. Alright, this is gonna be the last game. I know you want to do Icebreaker random, but for the last one, I'm thinking just normal. You should have an area for pet pictures. I do. On the Discord, I do. Right here. Pets. Oh, this is my dog. He passed away like a week ago. Sag is in chat. But yeah. Alright, let's do normal. Last game, baby. Apologies. But during the subathon, we'll probably be playing games like this a lot. So stick around if you want to see that. Yeah, there's the doggo. Alright. This is gonna be an interesting one. I like normal sometimes because it's just a breather, you know? It's just not complex. Why is this so low volume? I do have a pets channel. Yes. I added that pretty recently though, so yeah. I probably need to get rid of some channels on the Discord. There's so many. Caspian is best dog. Was best dog. Is best dog in heaven. Let's say that, yeah? Ooh, this is a good one. I wish I could make this a well. Like, good. God damn it. Is best dog in our hearts. Yes. Best dog in my heart. It's painting the floor. How do I draw a floor? I don't know how to draw a floor. Stick around if you wanna go, 'cause I liked a girl named Monica. He says something like that, right? What if I did like a girl named Monica? I missed the Among Us streams. We did an Among Us stream kind of recently. We're gonna do Among Us during the subathon most likely. So there is that. Am I supposed to paint this? I have such a bad... I'm so bad at painting. What if it's something like this? That's kind of funny. Shit, no, let's do that. Dinell joined too. I want to see what he's gonna draw. It would be cool if Booba joined in. But Booba's not here. Yes, I'm excited. Nice. Yeah, Among Us is fun from time to time. You just need the right group of people, you know? Sometimes I felt like when we were doing it a lot, we were getting a lot of randoms that would just like say banned stuff, and it was getting annoying. What the hell is what did I do with that? Okay. Why am I talking like that? Okay. Go like that. There we go. And he has crazy hair, right? Or he had. I don't know, bro. There we go. That looks good. That's the best you're gonna get, baby. It's actually not bad. I'm not gonna say the next prompt out loud in case people have me in audio. Oh, audio. Oh, that is beautiful. girl. That actually looks so good. This is catchy. I want to go to school to build myself. I have 2 phones now. I can use one for a Discord call and the other to play. Nice. I'm on Audio Anki. Gotta listen to the songs. Hell yeah. Some of y'all too talented, right? I have my old phone and my new phone. Nice. Speaking of Among Us, I'm so bad at drawing Among Us. I'm gonna actually try really hard this time. I'm imagining it in my head. Okay. That's actually not bad. Okay, that's actually not bad. I actually did something that wasn't that bad. Doesn't it have some like... Damn it. Oh, what if I just do that? There's no marker. Oh, I guess this is like a marker. It's kind of like that, right? And then and then it's gonna be funny. Can I have hands? Computer. It's gonna be intense. This is gonna be intense. Come on. I'm like holding my mouse steady right now. Does it actually look like that, Ethan? Good, that's what I'm going for. Ping. And then this is chat. Even though I have you guys on the bottom. Is this another Adam Sandler song? Shooter, did you put another one? You did. I still love Adam Sandler. He's pretty chill. That's like my best drawing ever. Yo. In the morning. I don't know if I've heard this one before. I went to write Mallard eats brown dog, but I took too long finding out how to spell Mallard. Lol. Love. Nice. This is so beautiful. Bing quits Twitch. Oh, for a better song. For a better there we go. Where do you see Ping in that image? Nice. I just saw Twitch, so I imagined it was me. Whoa, this is a sad one. My nose. Lonesome of carrots and peas. It's kind of funny for some reason. And then there we go, that's good. It says funny in parentheses. Lol. Panic at the Disco. It's like 2 chords. Ooh. I don't know how else to do this. Gotta love Panic at the Disco. Yeah, I think I know one or two of their songs. Just I do what you want. Why is it so catchy? Chop Suey. That's a good karaoke song, guys. You can see the ring light in my eyes. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Sheesh. Breath is man. Sloppy Joe. I thought it was Sleepy Joe for a second. I was like, what? No one was saying that back then. Yo, whoever's drawing these is amazing. I'm assuming it's the new person, Night Joe. Person saying, oh no. I'm not sure exactly what that is though. Your dog name? Slappy Joe. Slappy Joe. That's not his name. His name was Caspian. We would call him Caspi for short. Had to put him down because he had cancer. Slap it, Joe. But that's life, unfortunately. Ayo, let's see what's gonna. There he is. Yeah, there he is. Not the best emote, but I probably should have made it more HD. You didn't finish your words? Oh no, it's okay. Ducks eating dogs. That's crazy, bro. Mall? That looks like a mall to you? What? Did you think it was TOS? That's why. I don't know. I don't think this is TOS. This is like a bunny. Looks like a bunny. You use the circular tools a lot. I like the duck a lot though. Mall. Hey, you are the one that's doing this style. I like this. I like this a lot. This style of art. I guess I'll call you Knight if that's okay. I'm assuming this is you. I love it. It like reminds me of manga. Like right here, the lines. It's just so beautiful. Person looking at mall. Person may be a hamster. Maybe a hamster. It's pretty accurate. Giant wants a hamster at the mall. That's a good one because it looks like a giant. I was gonna write mallard. Oh, that's what you meant for that. I will not play this for the fact I'm not an animator. Neither am I. That's fine. That looks like a dinosaur eating a duck. Nice. Chop suey, baby! Hell yeah! This song sounds mad nice too. Wait, what is this song? Oh, is this Panic at the Disco? I don't know if I've heard this specific one. Anvil falling on person. That art style looks sick. This looks really good too, you know. Guy with pink hat, maybe Jared, gets hit by an anvil. Lol. That's a good callback. Oh no. Nice. Oh, this is an anvil. I didn't realize. That was all awesome. Bob Ross painting the floor. I apologize. Okay. It looks pretty good except for Bob Ross here. Oh, this is not Panic at the Disco. I'm dumb. This still sounds mad nice. Dude with black hair is drawing a hot dog. It does look like a hot dog. Hey, yo! You're actually an artist. This is amazing. Jesus, look, you can even see like the bended stroke. Painting a dog. This is pretty good too, do you know? You didn't get the legs in there, but Caspi being painted. Yeah, it does kind of look like Caspi. Oh, that's why you ask what my dog name is? Nice. It's an actual hot dog. It is. That is true. These are great. Random streams 5 Nights at Freddy's. Do you actually? You have no head. Twitch Among Us. Fair. I'm doing thus shit on a trackpad. Give me some slack. And it's still good. Look at my Among Us though. That's pretty good, isn't it? Sus answers phone. No, that's me. You don't see it says ping? It's a Twitch channel. Bro. That is sick. That is actually sick. You don't stream anything? Oh, okay. That is like, that looks professional, man. That looks insane. Like, I could see this in a, like, this could be a character. This is such a good idea for a character. Imagine an Among Us character. Right? Poggers. What was their thing? Hector Salamanca from Breaking Bad. Jesus. I don't know who that is, to be honest. But Tree does, it looks like. This is Panic at the Disco? Gotcha. Man in wheelchair falling. I don't know why I laughed at that. Man is falling off his wheelchair. Some of these drawings are cursed. You had to Google him? Ah, okay. Guy dies because of his bike with no seat. Fair. Wait. Oh, I made it two wheels. I should have made it one wheel. I see. Ping gets a job. You see? I knew it was me. I knew it. So I got a job. Hey, and this is like chat, right? That was good. I like this a lot. Streamer got a job. You see? That's how I knew it was me. Because I just mentioned about the English thing. Ping quits Twitch for a better job. Don't worry, I won't do that. Thanks, bro. Yeah, that looked great. By the way, I dyed my hair red and blue. That's why if anyone draws a character with red and blue hair in the future, guys, it's probably me. This looks awesome, too. I love the color. Ping Pong leaves Twitch for a better job for a lot of cash. Hell yeah. No, I'm not going to leave Twitch. I'm going to stay on Twitch. Cute demon girl loves you. Bro, I wish. Wait. Not a criminal dude and Night Joe. For some reason, I thought it was the same person. I confused myself. Not a criminal dude is making mad good drawings. Night Joe, were you also making mad good drawings? I don't remember now. Or, well, one of you guys... Someone made really... Who made the Among Us one? I'm not a criminal. That's good. No criminals allowed in chat. I'm just joking. That makes sense. Your name is literally not a criminal. I'm dumb. Yeah, I love this anime style. So the Among Us Night Joe made, right? Got you. You're both really good. I did that one time, but it turned out pink mostly. Oh, cool. Unless you didn't dye it recently. Your hair looks black. Yeah. This was months ago. Yours is bleached right now? Nice. I like playing Gartic phone as a pause of my illustrations. Freaking beautiful. You know what? If you do art as a job, you should play Gartic phone and just like self promo on Twitch streamers like channels. Night Joe did Among Us. Gotcha. Gonna bleach it again, then tone it, and then dye it blue. But everyone's actually doing like pretty good. Demon anime girl falls in love. This is pretty good too. Fangirl falls in love. He's like, bruh. Woman loves man. Like, these are all great. Yeah, okay, D-Now. Gonna bleach it again, then tone it, then dye it blue. Nice. Alright, guys. Sorry it was a bit of a short Gartic thing, but... We've been streaming for like 4 hours, so... I don't know, I just kind of feel like ending it. We're gonna end stream. I'll find another Gartic streamer to raid, so you guys could chill in here. But yeah. Thank you for the follow, not a criminal. See, there's my dyed hair. What version is this? This sounds mad good. Scared Asian noises. You know, I gotta play this on. I don't know, not every streamer likes when people... That's true. That is true. Well, I don't mind if you self-promo for that. Applause, thank you. I try to stream almost every single day, 8 p.m. Eastern, for a couple of hours. I actually love this version. What the hell? It sounds so good. But I'm gonna do a subathon on Monday, so that'll go on for some time. We're gonna play community games like Gartic, where it's on stream. Fall Guys, we're also gonna play other games and stuff. So yeah, if you guys like that type of stuff, stick around. I try to stream every day, but Friday, Saturday, and Sunday gets very tricky because you know, weekends and stuff, things happen. But I try to stream every day. I need to watch 90 more streams to be VIP. Nah, during the subathon, you could just lurk and you'll get there faster. Wait, when did I click on your profile? Well, my bad about that. Well, let's see. Oh yeah, let's rate a Gartic streamer. G-Babe is still alive? Let's go! Night Joe on Pixiv. What's Pixiv? Never mind, he just got off. He's still live. I don't know G-Wave well. And he has 46 viewers. Will he be okay with a small streamer like me popping in? Alright, it's his birthday. Let's do it. Lurking means that you're in chat, but you go away to do something else. So you're trying to show the streamer that, hey, I'm still supporting you by staying around, but I'm also leaving. Like that DeviantArt, I guess? Okay, cool. I was just Instagram if you're not on that already, but I'll check it out after stream. I'm just gonna write it down so I don't forget, because that's cool. You're referring to 02 from Darling in the Franks? Oh, yeah, I didn't understand that. That's why I was just... I rated him twice? You did? Oh, okay. Alright, let's raid. Sorry, no Gartic. Sumimasen. He's playing Mario Kart right now. I don't know much about him, but Dinell said he's nice. I checked him out off stream and he seemed fine, so yeah. Thanks for watching, guys. Just gonna run the credits. Thanks for everyone who followed. All the new peeps. Not a criminal. Night Joe, thank you. Snappier, Oak Tree, Jan, and everyone else. And everyone else who just popped in. I hope you guys enjoyed. And I'll see you guys. Today's Thursday, so hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great one. I don't know if it left yet. Good night, guys. Bye-bye. Or you know, good morning, whatever it is by you. I was probably lurking earlier then. Yep. He ain't that big, but I'm guessing it's because his birthday. Gotcha. Jimmy wants to know you. Nice. Buenas noches. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thanks for staying in, guys. I really appreciate it. I hope everyone had fun. Gute Nacht.
Yeah, editing's hard. Dream blunt rotation. Yo, Ping Pong Masters. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. What's up? How's your stream? What were you up to? Can I get a shout out for thank you, Goth? I think you followed me the other day, right? Yeah, you followed me a couple days ago. I didn't know you streamed. Let me repay the kindness real quick. Let me follow you. Let me check out a stream sometime. It's Minecraft and Fall Guys. Nice, nice. How was your stream? Welcome in, everybody. Also, what's up, Wandering Cowboy? Hope your Wednesday's going well. My biggest fan. Happy birthday. Thank you for the birthday wishes, Cowboy. I appreciate that. I hope your Wednesday's going well. Finish the one shitty White Claw. I mean, I've been drinking 3 beers for, like, hours, to be fair. To be fair to you. Wait, you got a sub 3 minute? No way. Somebody tell Morgan. Somebody tell Morgan.